Happy 4th of July, everybody. Oh, excuse me there. Happy 4th of July, everybody. Let me make sure there we go. That should sound better. What's up, everyone? The hidden history of the 4th of July, the American Revolution, and Washington, D.C. Well, what's up, everyone? I just had an earlier stream, and that stream got nuked. YouTube took it down. I don't know why. They didn't give an explanation yet. I think you guys were right. You said too much freedom. Patriotism overload. Okay, the commies over at YouTube couldn't handle it, I don't think. But we had the Star Spangled Banner going on the electric guitar. There was all this good music. The fireworks were better on that one. Whatever. But happy 4th of July. It's Friday. I'm coming to you live from Lake Worth Beach, Florida, Palm Beach County. I'm at the Dancing Elephant Bookstore. This is, Florida's #1 metaphysical book and crystal store. And yeah, guys, hope everyone's doing good. Let me just check my equipment here real quick. Hawa. Okay, folks. What's up, everybody? I don't think it was copyright. I think it was something else. But man, there's a lot of places we could start tonight. Let's say this. We're going to talk about the 4th of July, the astrology behind the 4th of July, right? A lot of people know about Washington, D.C. and the astrological alignments. This is more about the timing, the dating. I'm going to get into the alignments too. So just to give you an overview, we're going to go into why the 4th of July, what that means for America to be a Cancerian nation, and also the American Revolution, a little bit of espionage and Illuminati, involvement in the American Revolution. And what else? The American flag, the esoteric symbolism behind the American flag, the alleged mysterious, mythological figure who allegedly designed the flag, not the guy they tell us in history class, but somebody else. And we're going to get into the esoteric inspiration for the layout of Washington, D.C. So the astrological or astronomical alignments, and also who was involved. We're also going to talk a little bit about the hidden Jewish history of the American Revolution from their own mouths, not me. We're going to be watching a lot of videos tonight. Admittedly, this isn't my expertise. I keep my focus on Florida, and we're going to talk about Florida too. Florida's role in the American Revolution. And we're also going to talk a little bit about the hidden Black history of the American Revolution. Uh-oh. I said black. Sue me, Hawa. Just having fun. And of course, we want to pay respect to all those who served. Okay, we're talking about the American Revolutionary War, but also all those who served. So shout out, respect, RIP to our fallen heroes. And also the esoteric symbolism of the bald eagle. The esoteric symbolism of the bald eagle. And we'll talk about some founding fathers. And yeah, like I said, I'm forgetting some stuff, but Got a lot of videos to get through tonight. A good place to start would be the Illuminati. And as I see out the windows here, and as you guys can probably hear, there's a lot of fireworks. A lot of fireworks. Well, did you guys know that fireworks used to be called illuminations? That's true. Fireworks used to be called, let me check this. Yes, especially in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries. Fireworks were often called illuminations. Isn't that interesting? And, we could do a whole show on the history of fireworks and ancient China and ancient Native America, too, and some of the bombs and, explosive devices they had and things like that, the tricks they do in the sky and all that. And, yeah, gunpowder, dynamite, or whatever, whenever these were invented. But things like that played a big role in conquering the Americas, believe it or not. The conquistadors would use tricks, right? They'd use tricks to convince the natives they were gods. And a lot of times, fireworks or big explosions was sometimes something that was used. Also, we got to say, tonight we're talking about the 4th of July, which people call America's birthday. And in a political sense, technically, I guess you could say that's true. But we got to say before we get started, Florida's birth was really America's birth was really in Florida. The American Revolution and the conflict between America and Britain, that's really the United States, America as we know it, our puberty. So Florida is where America was born. But we talk about that enough on other shows. Tonight we're talking about the British, American, the United States as everybody knows it. So as we hear all these illuminations out there, right? I don't know if you guys can hear them, but there's a ton of fireworks popping off. Let's talk a little bit about the Illuminati. The Illuminati. Not many people know, well, a lot of you probably know, but not many people know that in the years preceding and coinciding with the American Revolution, there was a movement started, secret society, you could say, known as the Illuminati. This is the real Illuminati, right? Everyone here is Illuminati. If I say it too many times, they might flag the video. I don't know. Who cares? But there's a real Illuminati. So let's learn a little bit about the real Illuminati. And this is a 7-year-old video from Biographics on YouTube. 7-year-old video from Biographics. 17 minutes. Quick one. Let's learn. This is a good video. I watched it earlier. All right, let's dig in, folks. Well, first, let me show you this, actually. Let's look at the Wikipedia first, so we're all on the same page. Just so everyone knows, in case you've been living under a rock, this is a real thing. The Illuminati, plural of Latin, is a name given to several groups, both real and fictitious. Historically, the name usually refers to the Bavarian Illuminati, an Enlightenment-era secret society founded on May 1st, 1776. So what are we talking about tonight? July 4th, 1776. Right? So not many people know this. And the Illuminati, with a background of Freemasonry, was actually involved in many revolutions. Let's keep reading here. Most notably, the French Revolution. So, 1776, in the electorate of Bavaria, the society's stated goals were to oppose superstition, obscurantism, I don't know what that is, religious influence over public life, and abuses of state power. The order of the day, they wrote in their general statutes, is to put an end to the machinations of purveyors of injustice, to control them without dominating them. End quote. The Illuminati, along with Freemasonry and other secret societies, were outlawed through edict by Charles Theodore, Elector of Bavaria, with the encouragement of the Catholic Church in 1784, 1785, 1787, and 1790. During subsequent years, the group was generally vilified by conservative and religious critics who claimed that the Illuminati continued underground and were responsible for the French Revolution. This is true, by the way. This is Wikipedia. This is not the ultimate, place to get your truth. But just so we're all on the same page, so we have a baseline understanding, I would add to this that this is true, right? Wikipedia is speculating. I'm going to say it's true. They were involved, were responsible for the French Revolution. They were also responsible for the American Revolution, or at least steering the American Revolution into a direction that profited globalists, if you could call them that back then. So, it attracted literary men such as Johann Wolfgang von Goethe and Johann Gottfried Herder, and the reigning Duke of Gotha and of Weimar. In subsequent use, Illuminati has been used when referring to various organizations which are alleged to be a continuation of the original Bavarian Illuminati. Blah, 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 conspiracy theories, New World Order. That's where we get the Illuminati that you and I know, that we commonly refer to. But it does have its roots in a real thing. So, in case there's anything I didn't pick up, let's watch this little video from Biographics on YouTube. Simon Whistler, shout out.
Conspiracy theories. They've been accused of pulling the strings of major governments around the world, for inserting symbols into such prominent places as the US dollar bill, and conspiracy theorists have claimed that everyone from the Beatles to Tom Brady to Kanye West are more recent members of the centuries-old society. There's no doubt the Illuminati have impacted world affairs, even if just by being at the center of conspiracy theories. But where did this group get its start? Well, let's take a look at the man behind this secret society, Johann Adam Weishaupt. Johann Adam Weishaupt was born into an academic household in Bavaria. He came into the world on February 6, 1748 as the son of a law professor. When Weishaupt was only 5 years old, his father passed away, leaving him to be raised by his grandfather. Also a law professor, Weishaupt's grandfather kept the boy engaged in scholastic activities. His grandfather was a proponent of the Enlightenment movement, and the thoughts and philosophies promoted by Enlightenment thinkers came to greatly influence Weishaupt. During the 17th and 18th century Enlightenment movement, intellectuals emphasized the importance of reason and individualism over tradition. You might also hear the Enlightenment referred to as the Age of Reason. Among the movement's most famous thinkers were John Locke and Isaac Newton. When he was 7 years old, Weishaupt's education expanded beyond his grandfather's teaching. The family was Catholic, and Weishaupt began attending a Jesuit school. He was a voracious reader.
Did he say Catholic? I wasn't listening too closely, but we're gonna clear up some confusion on that later.
And by the time he was 20 years old, he had earned his doctorate in law. He began teaching law, but within a year, he became...
Yeah, I just got to clear this up real quick, just so there's no confusion. Yeah, he said he was Catholic. I don't know if he was talking about his father. I wasn't listening close closely, but that's just not true. His father. No way. That's crazy. It's scrubbed. He is Tengu, by the way. He is Tengu. He is Tengu Nadi. But that's crazy. Give me 1 second here. Okay. So, according to National Geographic, here we go. You have to dig a little bit deeper for this. And remember, we love everybody here at Old World Florida. We love everybody no matter what. We're just looking into the history and reacting to it, you know, blah, blah, blah. Now, according to National Geographic, just to clear this up so there's no confusion, because I'm a little confused. Born in 1748 in Ingolstadt, a city in the electorate of Bavaria, now part of modern-day Germany, Weishaupt was a descendant of Jewish converts to Christianity. Orphaned at a young age, his scholarly uncle took care of his education and enrolled him in a Jesuit school. Now, this and some other things is why Jesuits are often nicknamed, you know, the Jews who believe in Jesus. And there's nothing bad in that nickname or anything like that. It's just because of their role within the Catholic Church. And then also has to do with, because they were behind the finances with the Catholic Church, but also because they have a lot of hidden Tengu heritage. Isn't that interesting? Excuse me while I pack a bowl here. I hope everyone out there is sparking up, pouring yourself a little liquid sunshine on this festive night. But isn't that interesting? We had to dig a little deeper to find that out. You know, wasn't that hard to find out? I don't know why this guy didn't put it in his video, but one sec. All right. Continuing on with the biographics channel.
The beneficiary of the dissolution of the very religious order that had educated him. Political maneuvering, coupled with cultural changes, made the Jesuits a threat to the power of some European leaders, at least in their eyes. The order was suppressed in several countries, and even the Pope issued a brief suppressing the Jesuits. Because of the order suppression in 1773, Weishaupt was able to move from being a professor of secular law to being a professor of canon law at the University of Ingolstadt. Before the suppression, only Jesuits taught canon law. Now Weishaupt could be a professor, but he nonetheless found himself as the only non-clergy member serving as such. Although the order had been suppressed, they still wielded considerable power at the university, and Weishaupt and his Enlightenment-influenced ideas, well, they hit some roadblocks. As a result, Weishaupt grew to dislike clerics. He was frustrated and he wanted a way to spread the words of the Enlightenment.
Imagine being able to build anything just by...
Damn. All right, guys, this is a good reminder to make sure you all go get YouTube Premium so that you don't have to get ads on my videos. Go get some YouTube Premium, okay? No broke boys allowed. Chicks are allowed free. But dudes, you got to get YouTube Premium, okay? No broke boys allowed.
By the church. So he decided to start his own society. And what was the goal of this society? This is the great object held out by this association, and the means of attaining it is illumination, enlightening the understanding by the sun of reason, which will dispel the clouds of superstition and of prejudice. Initially, Weishaupt didn't want to start his own secret society. He had wanted to join the Freemasons, a group that he thought would line up nicely with his passion for reason over religion. But ultimately, he decided that the Freemasons weren't exactly what he wanted, and so he took the leap and started his own society. He did look to the...
Now, some people say that the Freemasons that he was trying to join weren't accepting Tengu at that time. And he was angry because they weren't Tengu enough, or weren't accepting Tengu, or weren't bending to the Tengu agenda. So he went off and started his own group. That's what some people say.
Freemasons for inspiration in rituals and organizational structure, though. Over time, especially after Weishaupt ended up joining the Freemasons, the two groups became more linked in the minds of many, especially conspiracy theorists. To start his society, Weishaupt began reaching out to like-minded men he had befriended at university. But they had to be young men. Anyone over 30 was just too unlikely to be influenced by new ideas. And Weishaupt, he wanted the men who joined to be true believers in the Enlightenment, ready
to be hot. He needed them to be young and hot.
Start spreading the ideals of reason and spreading them as high up as they could. The group of men first met in May of 1776. Only 5 of them arrived in the forest that first night, carrying torches and ready to embark on their quest to spread their ideas to the world. To be initiated into the Illuminati, Weishaupt wanted his members to experience being reborn. This way, they would be leaving behind their lives before joining the Illuminati and be able to fully immerse themselves in their commitment to the new secret society. The initiation rite included sacrifices and mystical elements. Hooded men, unknown identities, and darkened rooms are hallmarks of such rites. Claims have been made that the Illuminati...
Sounds like an Applebee's on a Friday night, huh?
The initiation rites have taken the sacrifice element to its most extreme stage, the sacrificing of an actual human being. To be initiated and reborn, the idea is that the new member would have to experience death and be reborn, and actually killing someone would give them an insight into the experience of death. But the initiation rite is also said to have given many members the experience of death and rebirth through the killing of an animal. The Illuminati would put an animal on top of the new member, kill the animal, and just let it bleed to death on top of the new member. Soaking in the animal's blood encouraged rebirth and the understanding of life, death, and knowledge overall. Weishaupt did not want the Illuminati to remain just a small academic society that operated in an echo chamber, though. He wanted it to reach the highest echelons of society, with members both influencing political leaders and even becoming political leaders themselves. But he also didn't want the society to grow full of men he couldn't trust and who weren't truly dedicated to the cause. So the men that met that first night would have to be agreed to by the 5 members present that night, as well as prove themselves to be from families of high standing and wealth. The latter 2 requirements would help with Weishaupt's goal to get his ideas moving up the societal ladder and into the minds of intellectual families and society. Now, the Order's famous name, it didn't come to Weishaupt right away. The first name for his secretive group was the Perfectibilists, a name that they actually stuck with for 2 years. The idea that a man is perfectible was part of the group's ideals. Even American founding father Thomas Jefferson appreciated this trait of Weishaupt and his ideas, stating, "Weishaupt seems to be an enthusiastic philanthropist. He is among those, as you know, the excellent Richard Price and Priestley also are, who believe in the indefinite perfectibility of man. He thinks he may, in time, be rendered so perfect that he will be able to govern himself in every circumstance so as to injure none, to do all the good he can, to leave government no occasion to exercise their powers over him, and, of course, to render political government useless." Before the name Illuminati was officially adopted, Weishaupt also thought about naming the group the B Order. But Illuminati was ultimately decided upon, and Weishaupt took the owl as the group's symbol. So now you might be wondering, well, why did he choose an owl? What exactly is the significance of this bird? Now,
yeah, what's up with that?
Minerva, the goddess of wisdom, was accompanied by an owl. The owl was a way for Weishaupt to indicate the intellectual basis for the secret society, while still keeping its symbolism just a bit coded. The new name was a callback to the occult beliefs within the Spanish culture. During medieval times, alchemists and magicians were believed to be imbued with a light that signified the presence of a higher power within. Within the society, the members took nicknames. Weishaupt, as the head of the order, was Spartacus, while other adopted names for members included Ajax and Tiberius. In 1777, Weishaupt found a new avenue for recruiting. He was accepted into a Freemasons group in Germany and used their society as a place to find well-connected society men.
Here, we got to talk about the owl real quick, because the owl would come to be hidden on the American dollar. I think the $1 bill. So we'll talk about the owl a little bit deeper when we look at the dollar bill. But I just want to show you guys John D. Rockefeller's favorite poem. You guys know John D. Rockefeller, right? The founder of Standard Oil. The reason we're all driving gasoline cars instead of something else. Gas isn't that bad. I don't think it's as bad as people think. Certainly not coming at it from a climate change agenda place. I'm just saying that he's the reason that our entire infrastructure is overcommitted and over compensating to gasoline vehicles, right? Our cities are so loud and noisy, and you're filling up all the time. And ultimately, the real psyop isn't that we're using gasoline. It's the over dependency and the fact that it's way too monopolized, centralized. You can't make it yourself. That's illegal. You can't switch it to vegetable oil. That's illegal. Stuff like that. You guys get the idea. You're a smart bunch. But that guy, John D. Rockefeller, who did retire to Florida, he pioneered the art of retiring to Florida. John D. Rockefeller's favorite poem went a little something like this, and he would say it all the time. He'd read it out loud all the time. Really short poem. A wise old owl lived in an oak. The more he saw, the less he spoke. The less he spoke, the more he heard. Why aren't we all like that old bird? I've heard it. Why aren't we all like that wise old bird? But a wise old owl, that's his favorite poem. He'd say it all the time. Now, interestingly, now, did you guys know that very, very close to where John D. Rockefeller's house was in Florida, they discovered what's known as the Hontoon owl? This is like a 10 foot tall owl, totem pole, effigy, whatever you want to call it. Looks like the Bohemian Grove thing, right? There's another owl at Bohemian Grove. Well, this is real close to Rockefeller's house. They found this like 50 years ago or something. But what's, is there any connection between, and the ancient Indians made this, by the way. But is there any connection between what the ancient Indians were into, their owl magic? This tribe was known as the people of the owl. So they were super into owls. They were called the Jororo. They said the Jororo. Look at this. This comment just came out right as I said that. Crazy. Jororo. Jororo. That's the tribe. Joe Rogan. But this is the Hontoon owl. They found this in the mud on Hontoon Island, not far from Ormond Beach, where John D. Rockefeller lived. But okay, just a little side tangent there. Let's get back to this video.
Who were already acquainted with and interested in secret societies. The men who were welcomed in were told the following: should you seek might, power, false honor, excess, seek that we would work for you to provide your temporal advantages. We will bring you as close to the throne as you wish, and then turn you over to the consequences of your folly, but our inner sanctuary remains closed to such. But should you want to learn wisdom, want to learn to make mankind more clever, better, free, and happy,
I grew up in an Italian household, and if anybody got sick, we'd always
put a little bit of brodo on it, man. Okay?
welcomed by us. The men who joined Weishaupt's newfound order found themselves a part of a group that was split into distinct levels. As much as Weishaupt professed the principles of rationalism and individualism related to the Enlightenment movement, the men who were a part of his fold were restricted in their knowledge about what was going on within their own organization. The Illuminati had a hierarchy within the structure, and the members at the bottom reported to those at the top. There were three ranks of men: novice, minerval, and illuminated minerval. Illuminated minerval were at the top of the Illuminati's pecking order, the name inspired by the Roman goddess of wisdom. They spied on each other and on the political and economic goings-on in society, bringing news back to the order and helping the Illuminati move forward in its goals of influencing the top tiers of society. Do you realize sufficiently what it means to rule in a secret society, not only over the lesser or more important of the populace, but over the best of men, over men of all ranks, nations, and religions, to rule without external force, to unite them indissolubly, to breathe one spirit and soul into them, men distributed over all parts of the world? In its first years, the Illuminati didn't grow by leaps and bounds. Initially, they found only a few dozen interested and qualified men to join. They numbered just 60 by 1780. But that year, Weishaupt added a member to the Illuminati who proved himself to be especially helpful in gaining new members. And he also attracted a new level of respect for the secret society. And this new member, he came from Weishaupt's recruiting grounds in the Freemasons. Baron Adolf Knigge had been a member of the Freemasons, but he had risen as far as he could go within their ranks. So when he heard of Weishaupt and his new smaller group, he saw an opportunity to have real sway over...
Oh, what?
A member of the Freemasons, but he had risen grounds in the Freemasons. Baron Adolf Knigge had been... This new member, he came from Weishaupt's recruiting grounds in the Freemasons. Baron Adolf Knigge had been a member of the... Baron Adolf Knigge had been in Freemasons. Baron Adolf Knigge had been a member of the Freemasons, but he had risen as far as he could go within their ranks. So when he heard of Weishaupt and his new smaller group, he saw an opportunity to have real sway over what was going on in the organization. He also liked the Illuminati's relationship with mysticism. In forming the order, Weishaupt had relied in part on mystic texts. He read the mysteries of the seven sages of Memphis and the Kabbalah, and the two texts made an impact on how he viewed the world around him. Baron Knigge was also a student of such ideas and liked that Weishaupt had brought their influence into the Illuminati. When he joined, Knigge eagerly read the texts required of new members. Most consisted of works that were banned in the conservative Catholic Bavaria. In fact, Knigge read the text so quickly that Weishaupt had to stall.
Now he's just having fun with it. Now he's just having fun with it.
For time. He didn't want Knigge to reach the illuminated minerval level so quickly. So he put off Knigge while he tried to come up with
Knigge.
new ideas for readings and required actions, but Knigge figured out that Weishaupt was trying to delay his achievements of the highest level. When he brought this up to Weishaupt, Weishaupt was willing to listen. He was also willing to listen to Knigge's new ideas for the order. For one, Knigge said the order needed a rearrangement of
Knigge say what?
its hierarchy. He suggested bringing in new levels under the existing 3 levels. The end result of this was 13 ranks of Illuminati members, each subdivided within the original 3 levels. The 3 new overarching levels had the names of the Nursery, the Masonic Grades, and the Mysteries. Knigge also used his influence to change Weishaupt's strong messaging about the church and about religion. He realized that such a strong stance might be hampering the group's ability to grow and recruit new and powerful members. After all, the church wielded much power in Bavaria in the 18th century, and even the promise that a society was secret might not be strong enough assurance for men from powerful families to risk joining. Weishaupt listened to Knigge and the Illuminati they benefited. From an organization of just 60, they grew to 200 by 1782. Then the group grew to 3,000 members by 1784. The Illuminati...
Damn, I guess we was Illuminati, I mean...
He had also spread beyond Bavaria. Membership now included Hungary, Poland, and Italy. But having that many members spread throughout a number of countries made it harder and harder to keep things quiet. And if their very purpose was to infiltrate and influence political thought and actions, then of course the upper echelons of society would start to notice them.
All the information you need to make the best call for your car.
Reminder, everyone out there, go hit up my Patreon, Old World Florida Patreon. All right, we're back.
Members of the Illuminati were sending correspondence back and forth, and the government had their eye out for it. Writings with internal Illuminati ideas and policies were intercepted in Bavaria. It's also been thought that this interception was set up. By this point, Weishaupt had some disgruntled members within his ranks. When Weishaupt first started the organization, he told some members there would be supernatural communication if they achieved the highest level within the society. But plenty of people had achieved this by 1784, and there was no supernatural communication to be had. Baron Knigge and Weishaupt, they also had a major disagreement. They didn't have the same idea about some of the society's rituals, and their arguments culminated in Knigge leaving the secret society. The same year he left the Illuminati, the Bavarian government...
He's like, yo, I'm out, G. I'm gone.
Banned all secret societies. That was in 1784, which was the same year that the membership had exploded. By the next year, the Bavarian government took it a step further. They banned the Illuminati specifically. As part of the Illuminati's banishment, the government began raiding the documents of known Illuminati. Documents started to be published, and this secret society and its membership, it wasn't so secret anymore. Public officials became known as members, putting their livelihoods and societal rankings on the line. The Illuminati simply couldn't function with its membership being known. Throughout all of this society building and government influencing, Weishaupt had still been working as a professor at the University of Ingolstadt. But when the government banned the Illuminati, he was forced to flee his home and leave behind his job. Weishaupt wasn't kind to government of any sort, not just Bavaria, so it is not surprising that they were not pleased with his writings. So just how strongly did he feel about the government? Well, take this quote. "When man lives under government, he has fallen, his worth is gone, and his nature tarnished." When the Illuminati were banned from Bavaria, Weishaupt was forced to flee to Gotha, another part of Germany. There, Weishaupt was protected by a sympathetic duke. Duke Ernest not only provided political protection for Weishaupt, but he also gave him a pension that allowed him to live without working. Even though the Illuminati had been disbanded in Bavaria, Weishaupt kept pushing the ideas that had led him to start the secret society in the first place. He began writing, ultimately publishing 4 books about the history of the Illuminati and defending its existence. The books were intended both to defend himself and to perhaps encourage new growth for the Illuminati in the province of Gotha. But when Weishaupt passed away in 1830, the Illuminati had all but disappeared from the world stage. It's not easy to operate, even as a secret society, when major world powers, they simply want you gone. While the Illuminati may have disappeared, at least in membership in Europe, the group by no means disappeared from the world's imagination and conversations. Based on today's conspiracy theories and the prevalence of the Illuminati in pop culture, it can be argued that Weishaupt succeeded in creating a secret society that had an influence on the world. Dan Brown's massively popular novels feature the Illuminati. In Angels and Demons, Brown pits the Illuminati against the Catholic Church in a modern setting. Throughout the book, they use churches and artwork to commit atrocities, relying heavily on coded symbolism. Then there's the Illuminatus trilogy, books that claim George Washington was actually replaced by a member of the Illuminati. They claim that this imposter actually ran the United States. People even suggest that the eye
Because he was black, yo. Okay.
on the American $1 bill is an indication of Illuminati interference in American government. Weishaupt and the Illuminati are also used in video games and comic books and even rap songs. They're a regular feature on History Channel shows and mysterious shows about conspiracies from all around the world. When major events happen, think the JFK assassination and 9/11, the Illuminati name still gets tossed around as a possible cause. And there's even a theory that the modern-day Illuminati are now headquartered not in Bavaria, where it was founded, but right in the heart of the United States. Not in Washington, D.C., not in New York, not in Los Angeles, but in Denver. Hidden beneath the airport in the Colorado City is said to be the headquarters for the modern-day incarnation of the most powerful secret society in the world. Everything from the airport's runway design to its underground tunnels have been pointed to as evidence for why it's a perfect site for the society's operation. It seems that 250 years after Weishaupt first launched his idea for a secret society, his influence is still felt. From pop culture to events of historic magnitude, the Illuminati is still a factor, at least in terms of people bringing up their name. Now, it might not be exactly what he was planning, or maybe it was. Do we really know how a secret society operates and has influence? I mean, Weishaupt did plan for the Illuminati to operate in the background, after all. So I really hope you enjoyed that episode of Biography.
Well, there you hear it, folks. And just so we're also all on the same page about this, oh wow, folks. Oh wow. Okay, you're going to dodge the hijack today, okay? No incubator baby hijack, okay? I'm gonna give it to you 100% truth, okay? The real George Washington was a black man, okay? George Washington had no African slaves, man. Okay, I say? Now tell me I'm gonna make that up. Tell me I made that up. George Washington was a black man. Are you retarded, bro? Not only do you put out videos like that, but when I called you out on it, not even called you out, just basically, all I said was, I think he gets a little carried away saying some people are black. This kid throws a big fit because I used the word black when it's still in the video. All right, so cut me a break. Come on. Get out of here with that nonsense. Oh, wow. Tripping. Delusional. Totally triggered over an imitation. Over, whatever. You guys get it. But there is some real... we do have some real... got this little documentary here, video here. Who's ever heard of the Culper spy ring? Right, so we're talking about the Illuminati, and we're talking about, what was happening around the same time as the American Revolution. The Illuminati was happening. Well, who knew that George Washington was involved in espionage? Right? We all know that he was a Freemason. But I think people say he didn't become a Freemason until after the war. I think that's true from what I've heard. Could be wrong. But okay, guys. His name was Jorge Washington, okay? George Washington. But let's watch this little video. This is from Discover Long Island, New York YouTube channel. Short little video here. Let's see how it goes.
During the American Revolutionary War, the Battle of Long Island was a paralyzing defeat to General George Washington and his Continental Army. It caused the British occupation of New York City and Long Island. In 1778, General Washington appointed Major Benjamin Talmadge as his chief of intelligence. Shortly after, Talmadge formed and led the Culper spy ring. This brave group of Long Island patriots came to Washington's aid, risking their lives to help defeat the British. The key members of the Culper spy ring were ringleaders Abraham Woodall, New York City spy Robert Townsend, and couriers Austin Rowe and Caleb Brewster. But among this group of men, a courageous woman was pivotal in changing the course of the American Revolutionary War. Anna Smith Strong was the brave and enigmatic member of the ring.
Anna Smith Strong was known to her family and friends as Nancy. She was a critical liaison between the male members of the spy ring and getting information to General Washington.
When Washington was in his headquarters, he realized he needed to know the strategic plans of the British and also their maneuvers. And so he realized that spies were critical to his plans.
The Culper spies were quite clever. They communicated using coded messages and letters written in invisible ink. The recipient of the invisible ink letters would use a liquid reagent to bring out the message.
The Culper espionage was funneled through the pastoral village of Setauket. The base of spy ring operations was at Abraham Woodall's farm between Conscience Bay and Little Bay.
It was here on this property, now known as Strong's Neck, where Nancy Strong provided the link between Abraham Woodhull and Caleb Brewster. She devised a code system using her clothesline. If there was a black petticoat hung on her clothesline, it meant that Caleb Brewster was in town. And the number of handkerchiefs she had hung on the line were one of the 6 landing spots where Caleb Brewster and Abraham Woodhull would meet.
The spy messages were always delivered to the hands of General Washington. The dangerous work of these heroic secret agents resulted in momentous victories. Due to vital spy information, Washington was able to trick the British into turning their troops back to New York City, allowing French ally fleets to land safely on Rhode Island, one of several Culper spy triumphs. Today, one can explore the restful meadows and bays of Setauket and the Three Village area and connect with the fearless spirit and virtues of the Culper spy ring.
Show that. And here we got a little hidden black history. And I got to talk about Curry Mayo real quick. Okay. I had Curry Mayo on my channel like a year ago, 2 years ago. We've been cool. We've been cool ever since. We were doing a video about something that he does a lot of videos on, right? I did one video on it a year. That's like pretty much every video he does is about this stuff, you know, proving people were darker skinned than the history books really tell us. And I do a lighthearted impression of him saying George Washington was black, which is pretty ridiculous. Okay. Now, you can disagree on things. I disagree with him on that. But there's a ton of his stuff that I have respect for. Ton of his stuff that I, you know, support. I think he's a good researcher. Well, I don't know why he's so sensitive about this. He threw a hissy fit. He did a half hour, 40-minute live stream just whining about it. Pissed off, calling me an incubator baby, whining like a little brat, saying I backstabbed him. Dude, I did a little impression. And I said something, I literally quoted the title of your video. Then you got butthurt. I used the word black. You got butthurt. I had your name in my mouth. Dude, give me a break. You don't scare shit too. You didn't put me in check. Psh. Psh. It's ridiculous. Petty. And I think we saw who the real racists were. Okay, he calls me a racist, calls me an incubator baby. Seems like he was the one who had a whole lot of hate pent up that he was just waiting for an excuse to unleash. But he got that triggered because I imitated him, did an impression of him for like 30 seconds, and said, George Washington was black, okay? Come on, that was hilarious. He knows it was hilarious. Whatever. But let's talk about a little bit of real hidden black history, or alleged hidden black history. Hidden Moorish history. Go check out my Juneteenth video. That was the occasion we're talking about. But here's like a behind the scenes of like a black Moorish documentary. This is from Moor TV YouTube channel. George Washington and the Secret of the Cherry Tree. So this is before the revolution, but yeah. Let's get into it.
That's kind of where you know, that's about the cherry tree element of it. One of the first things people must understand about the cherry tree is that it doesn't have anything to do with the physical cherry tree itself. In fact, the cherry tree is a representation of George Washington's and the founding fathers' great lie, a lie known in Freemasonry as the Great Masonic Secret. Western Freemasonry should never be confused with Masonry, as Masonry is an ancient science tracing back to Amexem or Kemet, known today as Africa. One of the most accurate quotes outlining the nature of Western Freemasonry.
Now, I don't agree with everything this guy's saying. Take it with a grain of salt. Take it with a big grain of seasoning. Okay, put put a whole bunch of seasoning on this one. So take it with some seasoning. And but yeah, there's some good stuff in here. Because the cherry tree thing's a myth. Right? We've heard about the cherry tree. Where'd the cherry tree come from? That's a myth. That is fake. So this is a good explanation. This is one of them.
Came from the 6th president of the United States of America, Mr. John Quincy Adams. He stated, and I quote, "Freemasonry is deceptive and fraudulent. It promised a light. Its performance is darkness," end quote. Americans and individuals all over the world are bound to learn the truth. Each of the founding fathers were Masons who were brought into government and given access to private information known as the light in Masonry. The problem with the story of the cherry tree is the myth attached to it by the very people who created the story. Now, it is unproven whether or not Mason Locke Weems, also known as Parson Weems, was a Freemason. However, Weems was just a distraction from the real facilitator of the lie, Charles Thompson. Who is Charles Thompson? What is his connection to the cherry tree and the great lie? It is found that Thompson was a leader in the revolutionary crisis of the early 1770s. John Adams referred to him as the Samuel Adams of Philadelphia. Thompson also served as the secretary of the Continental Congress throughout its existence. For 15 years, Thompson dedicated himself to recording the debates and the decisions of the Continental Congress. Along with John Hancock, president of the Congress, Thompson's name appeared on the very first published version of the Declaration of Independence in July of 1776. Now, when Charles Thomas was asked to speak on the truth of America and the founding fathers, he said, and I quote, "No, I ought not, for I should contradict all the histories of the great events of the Revolution. Let the world admire the supposed wisdom and valor of our great men," end quote. One of Thomas's most famous quotes was recorded by a man named Dr. Benjamin Rush, where Thompson stated, and I quote, "I shall not undeceive future generations," end quote. And that's cited in Rulers of Evil by F. Tupper Saucy on page 125. Thompson, in his own words, had canceled any future debates on this matter. He openly admits the American people have been deceived. This is the great lie and the beginning of the secret of the cherry tree. After a worldwide release of the movie, we plan to release a book of all the historical facts and records which were used in the making of this film. These historical findings and information will officially place the American truth back on the record. The lies that have been projected on the Asiatic American people have been preventing us from being one of the greatest nations in the world. This movie is here to set the record straight.
That was pretty cool, right? Oh, sorry. All right, do I sound good? That was pretty cool, right? Who's ever heard of the George Washington cherry tree thing, right? Because that's kind of well before the American Revolution, but this is kind of where the Moorish Empire starts kind of playing into this, right? Apparently, the first country to recognize America was Morocco. Let me double check that. First country to recognize America. So this is the thing about that. So apparently Morocco is very nice to us. And then according to this, kind of fringe community, Moorish Americans, they believe that, and I'm not saying fringe in a bad way, but this is not like mainstream. So I'm fringe, that's okay. Morocco was the first country to recognize the independence of the United States. They granted ships of the newly formed nation access to Moroccan ports in 1777, a year after the Declaration of Independence was signed, while France was the first to sign a formal treaty recognizing U.S. independence. Morocco's early action of granting access to American ships makes them the first overall. Interesting. So Morocco. And that's why you hear Barack Obama, he was singing the praises of Morocco. And, actually Donald Trump has a ex-Moorish, Moorish radical ex-felon, convict, in part of his, campaigning entourage, like a cheerleader for the Trump team. He's like a convicted Moorish, supremacist, and he's all in on Trump. And this is why, the Moors, the Moorish fez, you'll know them because they wear their fezes, right? The Moorish Americans. Now, shout out to this guy, I forget his name, Moors in America, or he's a good Moorish YouTube channel. Forget his name. I was on his channel one time. But the Moors wear this fez, red hat, right? And the Shriners, the Shriners, that's part of this theory that the Masons are making fun of the Moors. And you see this in the name America, Morocco. It's like America's the feminine side of Morocco. Now, does this red hat have anything to do with the Trump red hat? I don't know. I don't know, folks. You tell me. You tell me. Is Trump trying to rebuild that cherry tree? Who knows? But let's see. Let's see what I got queued up next. Let's learn about Florida and the revolution. Before we get too much deeper into the occult and esoteric stuff, let's talk about what Florida was up to during the revolution. This is a 1-year-old video from the Fire of Learning YouTube channel. Shout out to them. This video is called "Why Didn't Florida Join the American Revolution?" So that's a good question. And that'll kind of lead us into some other topics.
In 1776, 13 of Britain's colonies in North America declared themselves the independent United States of America. To their south, however, were the British colonies of Florida, which, even though they were invited, did not join the rebellion. Why not? Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Fire of Learning. Before we explain, we would like to thank the first European country to claim Florida. The situation was quite different from the other 13 colonies. The first European country to claim Florida was Spain in 1513. Britain would not gain possession of the territory until 1763, after 250 years of Spanish rule and only a little over a decade before the American War of Independence began. During the 7 Years' War, the North American part of this war being known as the French and Indian War, the British captured the city of Havana in Cuba, which was owned by Spain, and retained it all the way to their overall victory in the war in 1763. The Spanish were eager to get control of this valuable colony back. During peace negotiations, in exchange for Havana, they offered the British Florida, which the British accepted. When Florida was transferred to Britain, the vast majority of Spaniards living there left to go to Cuba. In comparison to its other colonies, the Spanish had never heavily settled or developed Florida. Thus, only a few thousand Spaniards lived there at the time, almost entirely in and around the settlements of St. Augustine and Pensacola. The British divided the colony into East Florida and West Florida, centered around these two settlements, the latter extending well outside the modern borders of the American state. Britain would put more effort into settling and developing Florida, seeing great success. However, it was still a fledgling colony when the American Revolution erupted the following decade. In spite of their small size and age, both Floridas were actually invited by the Patriots to the Continental Congress, and so the opportunity for them to join the revolution and become the 14th and 15th colonies did present itself. However, the British inhabitants of Florida retained strong loyalty to the Crown for multiple reasons. Firstly, of the less than 10,000 European inhabitants, many were not only loyalists, but actively a part of the military, some having been veterans of the French and Indian War who had been given land for their service. Even of the civilian population, a fair portion was recently from England itself. Furthermore, the Floridas, being so new and undeveloped, were still very reliant on Britain to develop, settle, and protect them in a way that the 13 colonies were not, and most certainly considered themselves better off as a part of a powerful empire than in the United States, whose future, even if victorious, was entirely uncertain. Self-government at this stage was unrealistic and could have been disastrous, regardless of any sympathies that the Floridians might have had. Being so new, they were also not as closely connected culturally, politically, or even geographically, due to the amount of undeveloped land in between them to the other 13 colonies, certainly nowhere near as connected to the region surrounding it as the modern state of Florida is to the states surrounding it. Also, like many Southerners in particular at this time, they may have feared that, as the Florida colonies developed, independence could ruin potentially highly beneficial economic ties to Britain. Finally, the Floridas did not share many of the same grievances that the other colonies had with the Crown. For example, they were not as affected by the increased British taxes on trade goods because they were not as engaged in or reliant on trade, and, hoping to attract settlers to their colonies, were not as frustrated by things such as the Royal Proclamation of 1763, which forbade settlement west of the Appalachian Mountains, to name a few. As the Floridians generally did not have great cause to contest British policies, Britain never had cause to crack down on them, and so their relationship with the mother country was actually quite good. Thus, while it seems a handful of British Floridians traveled north to join the Patriots, the majority of them remained loyalists when the war broke out. When news of the Declaration of Independence reached St. Augustine, effigies of John Hancock and Samuel Adams were burned in the streets. As a result of their position right on the border of this uprising, the city of St. Augustine in particular became an important base of operations for the British effort during the war. Florida was also a refuge for loyalists fleeing the southern colonies. American forces made a few small incursions into Florida, but were defeated each time. In 1779, Spain went to war against Britain, and soon invaded West Florida themselves. Spanish Governor Bernardo de Galvez captured many West Floridian settlements, including the city of Pensacola in 1781. When the war ended and peace negotiations took place, Spain was able to reclaim Florida from the British by exchanging it for the Bahamas, which Spain had also captured during the war. The American goal of the war was mainly the independence of their core territory. They would not have challenged an ally over further territory, even though it seems America's founders did recognize the potential Florida had. However, multiple disputes over the border did quickly arise between Spain and America in the following decades, which led to multiple conflicts. The history of these disputes is quite complicated and strays from the point of the video, so it's best reserved for another time. Ultimately, however, the Floridas did not prosper during the Second Spanish period. Very few Spaniards returned and little wealth was produced. The Spanish decided that the cost required to manage Florida and defend it from Native Americans and the potential threat posed by the increasingly expansive United States was not worth it. As a result, they sold it to America in 1821. I hope you enjoyed this video. If so, I invite
Sorry, I was muted. So that guy in that video brought up the Florida state line, about how the state line was kind of disputed, or, there was conflicts between the Spanish, the English, and eventually Americans, right? Well, who's ever heard of Andrew Ellicott? So what ties this all in together? Florida, the American Revolution. One of the key characters in the design of Washington, D.C., the layout, right? All those occult designs and astrological alignments and stuff. One of the main guys was Andrew Ellicott. So Andrew Ellicott is the third key figure. There's Pierre L'Enfant. There's Benjamin Banneker, who was a black guy, a black, smart mathematician, astrologer, alleged Freemason alchemist. They say he's a Freemason. Some people say he wasn't. But Pierre L'Enfant was a Freemason. And then the third one is Andrew Ellicott. And again, unknown for sure whether he was a Freemason. But Andrew Ellicott is the guy who came up with the state lines for Florida. He came up with many state lines, or, made them official, right? Laid them out and actually marked them and laid out natural landmarks and ironed it all out. Andrew Ellicott helped design Washington, D.C. Actually, he's the guy who revised all the plans that the other guys made. He was kind of like the final edit made. He had like the last say on a lot of the designs. So he might be more important than the other two guys. But not only did he work on Washington, D.C., he would then work on state lines, right? Marking the state lines definitively. And I believe he was ordered to do that directly by George Washington. Let's read a little bit more about him. Andrew Ellicott was an American land surveyor who helped map many of the territories west of the Appalachians, surveyed the boundaries of the District of Columbia, continued and completed Peter Charles L'Enfant's work on the plan for Washington, D.C., and served as a teacher in survey methods for Meriwether Lewis. Look at that. So yeah, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Okay. He worked on the Mason-Dixon line between Pennsylvania and Delaware. So there's many Ellicott lines, right? You'll hear about that in a couple different states. The Ellicott line. Florida has an Ellicott line. It's the portion of the Florida Panhandle that is, let's go over here. All right, you guys ready? You guys can see that pretty good, right? There we go. All right, this is the Ellicott line. See this one right here? You see how the Florida Panhandle is flat? Right here? That's the Florida Ellicott line. So pretty interesting, right? The guy who designed or had the final say on the design for Washington, D.C. is also the guy who selected this state line, or he finalized. He didn't come up with it, but he finalized it, made it official. Probably had a hand in, selecting it. I don't know. But what's so crazy about this is, can you guys see that? Or you can't see that. Well, when I put my pin down here, you guys can't see the pin. But when you drop a pin, this is 31.0, this line. It's a line of latitude. The 31st parallel north. Now, this goes all the way to the Mississippi River. You see that? That's the 31st latitude. It also goes across. I don't think that's it. Yeah, no, that's 32. This is 31. That's 31, though, down here. It continues over there. But Florida used to go all the way to the Mississippi River. Not many people know that. Now, what else is crazy is when you go to the coast, what's that 31.0? Jekyll Island. See this? That's 31.0. Jekyll Island. Or should we call it Shekel Island? Now we go all the way across to Jerusalem. You know where Jerusalem is? Same line. So Andrew Ellicott marked Florida's northern state line with Alabama. And he marked it on the same exact latitude, precisely, as the holy city of Jerusalem. And why is Jerusalem on that place? Because when we go to the point where how many people do you guys know who can no scope the place where the Tigris and Euphrates split? Okay, I just no scoped that. You guys saw how quick I did that. No scoped the two rivers of Eden. This is the fake rivers of Eden, so don't get too excited. But yeah, they call me Rainbolt. Actually, I actually taught that Rainbolt guy everything he knows. But so the point where the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers split, precisely 31.0, same latitude. So Florida, the northern state line of Florida, between Florida, Alabama, and Georgia, the FAG zone, that's 31.0, state line. The Garden of Eden. You take that all the way, goes through Jekyll Island, 31.0. You go to Jerusalem. So shekels used in Jerusalem, Jekyll Island, the first point that the 31st latitude hits. Okay, but you keep going. And by the way, that's one of the first English settlements in the South, was near Jekyll Island. But Tigris and Euphrates, right where they split, 31.0. Go check for yourself. 31.0. That's the Tigris, that's the Euphrates, the fake ones. But where's the real ones? Okay. That's the 31st. That's 30.5. What's between 30.5 and 31.0? The real four rivers of Eden. You see those guys? You see these? Those are the real four rivers of Eden. And Andrew Ellicott helped iron those out. Same guy who designed Washington, D.C., attached the latitude of the Garden of Eden to the state of Florida. There's a better way to say that. But isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Florida's 1936 Republican candidate for governor, E. Calloway, wrote a whole book trying to prove that these four rivers in North Florida, northwest, not too northwest, North Florida, on the state line, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, that those four rivers are the real four rivers of Eden. Gopherwood, that Noah's Ark was built out of, only grows in this exact same four-headed river region. It's on the exact same latitude as the Garden of Eden and Jerusalem and Jekyll Island. I think Alexandria and the mouth of the River Nile. Oh, the River Nile comes to the sea at 31.31. You want to go see this? Where's the Nile? Where's that tricky Nile at? Boom. You guys see this? 31 by 31. Go check it. The Nile Delta, where the Nile comes near Alexandria. Yeah, where the Nile meets the sea. 31 by 31. Go check it, guys. It's crazy. But that's enough. 31, you guys get it. Baskin Robbins, 31 flavors. All right. Won't go too schizo. So it's pretty crazy, right? You guys see why Florida was pretty significant. People have always thought the Garden of Eden was in Florida. People thought the Fountain of Youth was in Florida. Well, all right. Let's watch another little Florida video. Then we'll get into the Washington, D.C. design. You guys see this? All right. This is from the YouTube channel firstcoast.tv.
TV, and I'm here this morning at the good morning. I'm Derek Hankerson with firstcoast.tv, and I'm here this morning at the Fountain of Youth with Dr. Roger Smith. Dr. Smith, good morning.
Good morning, Derek. How are you?
Excellent. I see you have a number of books that are coming out. I had wanted to ask, with this book, Hope of Freedom, how was Florida relevant to the American Revolution?
That's one of the hardest messages to get people to understand, is that Florida was not a peripheral situation. If you look at the war from a British perspective, it was 33 colonies stretching from Nova Scotia down to Grenada, and the geographic center of the British Americas in 17th Nova Scotia.
How many?
Look at the war from a British perspective. It was 33 colonies stretching from Nova Scotia down to Grenada. 33 colony perspective. It was 33 colonies stretching from Nova Scotia down to Grenada, and the geographic center of the British Americas in 1775 was the St. Johns River, just outside of Jacksonville, just north of this town center. And that made Florida extremely important because it was wholly loyal, had the only pair of stone fortresses south of the Chesapeake Bay, and 60% of the British military was stationed in the Caribbean, not up where the fighting was, because they were protecting the valuable sugar colonies. And so St. Augustine was crucial to the British effort.
So why didn't we become the 13th or 14th colony?
I think it came down to economics. The colony had suffered from 1763 to 1774 economically when it first came into the British Empire. And in 1774, by that summer, they just started making money. And then 2 years later, they're going, "You want us to do what?" I don't think so. And so their investments were just finally being realized.
Wow. What is the book Hope of Freedom about?
The Hope of Freedom is about the facade of British freedom that was offered to slaves who ran away to fight or to do manual labor for the British military. I call it a facade because, for example, if you ran away and they found out that your owner was a loyalist, well, you were put in chains and sent back to God knows what. They didn't want to free slaves. They wanted to cripple the plantation economy of rebellious people. And they also understood that the threat of a slave revolt was just so fearful back then. And so there are many instances where they came in, they got to fight. We're all familiar with the Ethiopian regiment that Lord Dunmore.
Murray. Yeah,
and
sure.
But there were other cases there on the Gullah Geechee corridor
Right.
when there was British were in a retreat from Charleston down to Savannah, and they either captured or took in approximately 3,000 either free or enslaved blacks. And during the course of that retreat, if they got sick, they were turned out. If they got wounded, they were turned out. If the Americans were getting too close, they got turned out, kind of to create chaos, as they were being gathered up by the American army. By the time it was all over with, the few that made it back to Savannah were sold back into slavery in the Caribbean.
Explain turned out to the audience.
They would literally be abandoned by the army or just cast out of camp and just refused to be allowed to be a part of the retreat or the army. They did it to them in Yorktown. The slave community had joined the British forces at Yorktown, contracted smallpox. And rather than take care of them, they were cast out of the camp.
What is the big plan for 14th colony, Hope of Freedom, and or colonial research?
Our goal is these first 2 books in a series of 6, and our goal is to get this information in bite-sized chunks that adults enjoy the read.
Children?
Yeah, middle school and high school kids enjoy the read. They're fun books. They're just 32 pages each, but we're taking 5.5 years of PhD research and we're putting it into a format, and we want to get it into the schools. I don't care about having a thick book on the shelf, that kind of a thing. I want this information to get into the schools because it's bite-sized chunks. Yeah, it's a shame that people are just first hearing that Florida is relevant in the American Revolution. George Washington authorized 5 invasions of East Florida. Wrote 81 letters targeting St. Augustine as a military concern. Even people who look at the war from a British perspective look at the 13 colonies.
They do, right? And stop there.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. And you have to see the whole picture of what's going on to understand. Washington understood that it was more than 13 colonies.
Right.
When Bernardo de Galvez took West Florida, Washington wrote a letter and basically said, "Thank God the Spanish are. Hopefully they'll distract Cornwallis out of the Carolinas, and he'll turn back to that area." He understood the entire continent was a battlefield. When I do a talk, I show a series of maps. What you Google on the maps of the American Revolution.
Yeah.
One of them is one of my favorites. It has troop movements and all these maps and things, and it has in these banners. War fought in New England, 1775-76. Fought in the middle colonies, 76 to 77. Fought in the southern colonies from 1780 to 1781. I guess 1778 and 79 were halftime or something. They decided not to fight them, which is nonsense. The war did not just all of a sudden turn south in 1780.
Right.
When Washington was getting pounded in Long Island and through New Jersey, there's not one Southern regiment in the ranks. Why? Because they were down in the southern colonies fighting. And I even found a full-scale invasion of the southern colonies put on the table by King George, referred to as the Southern Expedition. It was just so poorly orchestrated, it's not recognized.
Right.
People, I've been accused of trying to shoehorn Florida into history where it doesn't belong.
Right.
I'm not from Florida. I'm not from the South. I'm from Oklahoma. I don't have a dog in this fight. I just don't like bad history, and I don't like when history's been withheld.
Exactly.
Right.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Nice. Well, speaking of slavery and servitude in Florida, Florida was British during the American Revolution, and one of the largest colonies or populations in Florida was a Scottish colony peopled by Mediterraneans. So Greeks, Turks, Ottoman subjects who had been recruited by the British and sent over to Florida to work on this big, I think it was 101,400 acres. It was nearly 3 times the size of the colony at Jamestown. Here, I'll just read this here. But this was the Turnbull colony, started by Andrew Turnbull, okay? Allegedly was also a Freemason. Turnbull was a Scottish physician and diplomat who served as the British consul at Smyrna in the Ottoman Empire. So this is where we get New Smyrna, Florida, one of the oldest cities in America also. And it may be older than St. Augustine. So it may be the oldest place in America. Andrew Turnbull. That's where we get New Smyrna, right? There's Smyrna, used to be a Greek city. Now it's called Izmir, Turkey. But that's the Turnbull colony. In 1768, he founded the colony of New Smyrna, Florida, named in honor of his wife's birthplace, the ancient Greek city of Smyrna. Turnbull was married to Gracia Dura Bin. Some give her name as Maria Gracia Rubini, the daughter of a Greek merchant, you guessed it, from Smyrna. His colony was located in the province of British East Florida and encompassed some 101,400 acres. It was nearly 3 times the size of the colony at Jamestown. In partnership with Sir William Duncan. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Here's where it's interesting. Turnbull then returned to England, secured financing, blah, blah, blah. Subsequently sailed for the Mediterranean to find colonists, quote, for a tract of land in East Florida on which I might settle a small colony of Greeks. Interesting. So, did you guys know that before there were many English speakers in Florida, there was over 1,000 Greek, Minorcan, that's the word I was looking for earlier. They're mostly Minorcan, but a lot of Greek, a lot of Turks, and some other stuff too. Some Africans, North Africans, all over the Mediterranean. Some Egyptians, some Italians. The Italians revolted and left. They departed. They escaped. Most of them, which is funny. But so this was happening. This happened. This was happening at the same time as the American Revolution, right? We don't really know about that. And actually, this was the largest colony, single mass settlement in the Americas that there's ever been. They brought in like 1,500 people at once to settle all this place. 1777. The remaining colonists marched, they escaped, and they went to St. Augustine around 1777. But yeah. Interesting guy. You can go there and see ruins. There's all these ancient ruins there and stuff. But so here, let's get another one up here. Give me one sec. Who's ever heard of the Hessians? Who's ever heard of the Hessians? And does anybody know this YouTube channel called Townsend's? Townsend? How do you say this? This guy's pretty savage. This guy. Well, let's learn about the Hessians. Wish Shem was here. Shem loves to talk about the Hessians. But this was a secret mercenary force that kind of turned the tides in the war. Kind of, more or less, not really. Played a big role, and then when they left or switched, apparently they switched sides and defected, and a lot of them. Again, this is not my expertise at all, but let's learn a little bit about the Hessians. It's going to link us into the next topic I have us planned for.
Out of touch with the people in history, people 200 years ago.
This is from the YouTube channel Townsend's. You know this guy. He cooks like all the fucking 15th. This is 16th century dough that I'm eating. You know, chili, hardtack, salted pork. That's what this guy talks about all the time.
About what happened in this time period. But the reality is that we can almost sit beside we really portray idly. I want to tell you a little bit more about the German soldiers that came over to fight during the Revolutionary War. Such a real interesting story about what happened in history, what happened to these soldiers. And the story is very, widely. We aren't told a lot about these kinds of things in high school. It's like, oh yeah, some German mercenaries came over during the war.
Damn, Townsend's based.
And that's about it. We don't hear very much about them, about the soldiers themselves, and about the story and their hardship.
Thanks, Alberto X for the Alberto X20 for the $5. He tipped earlier. Hawaii Pizza. Thanks for the $5. And then Mant Brew tipped $5 earlier. Thanks, y'all.
And what happened to them? What happened to them after the war? There's some great information available out there. I've got a couple of books I'm going to read from today. These stories are so poignant, and just about the idea about there being mercenaries. Probably most of these soldiers, they weren't really in the army voluntarily. They didn't ask to be sent over to America to fight in this war, and many of them didn't even want to be in the military.
And that wasn't just a German thing, okay? We're going to talk about some Moors and Turks. Right, I was just saying about the colony of Turks, and there were some Moors in there, I'm sure, but mainly Greeks, Minorcans, Turks. Well, we're going to talk about some Turks and Moors who ended up in America too in a little bit, but...
And they weren't specifically paid to come over here. So while they were mercenaries in one sense, they themselves, as soldiers, weren't being paid to come over and fight, other than being paid in their, their food and their clothing, and that's about it. These German soldiers came over from 6 different distinct little, principalities within Germany at the time. Germany wasn't one cohesive country as we think of it, but as a bunch of little tiny sort of small principalities with their own individual princes. And 6 of these regions sold troops to the British Crown, they were behind the 8 ball. They needed to have troops over in North America right away to start fighting this rebellion. And so they went to the German princes, and they found about 30,000 troops that could be sent over to North America to fight. The first story that's incredible is the story of the way they get to North America in the first place. And probably a third or a half of the troops get sent over in the first year of the war, 1776. And apparently this trip over was just plain harrowing. It starts out, they leave anchor about May 6th or so from England, and they don't get to their final destination in North America until like August 11th or 12th. So they're in these ships for something like 3 months, and it sounds just terrible. Here's a little excerpt. They run into storms multiple times, lots and lots of bad weather. The wind and waves became more violent from hour to hour during the night of the 25th to the 26th. The Commodore gave the signal to draw in all sails except one to remove the uppermost parts of the masts. The ships were being scattered far apart. In the cabins, all articles, though tied fast, were broken loose and thrown helter-skelter, the occupants likewise, with many bruised limbs. There was no end to the spells of seasickness, of misery made ridiculous. The storm was ever growing worse. On the second day, the last sail was drawn in. The rudder was bound fast, so that now the ship was left to its fate. The raging seas were playing with the...
If you guys got any good topics you want me to talk about, or just send a tip, send a super chat, and I'll talk about any good leads you guys got. Anything you think we gotta include.
The gigantic structure of the ships as with toys. Sailors were swallowed up by the waters. Others committed suicide, and the soldiers who ventured to go out on deck fell down unconscious because of the force of the waves. Not only did they have these storms, many times the ships were running into fog or other violent situations, so they were dark. A man could not see flour, and a little further, but also sometimes their wives. And 82 men. This particular general set off with 2,282 men embarking, and within these 2,000 men, there were also 77 soldiers' wives that went along with the regiment. So it wasn't just these men, but also sometimes their wives. Not every one of these soldiers was unhappy to come over to North America. And Pops, in his journal, writes this little piece. This is February 2nd, 1777. Orders were issued that the regiment should be ready to take the field in 3 weeks. Colonel von Hoyt was assigned the command and directed to fill the ranks with young men from all the villages in the neighborhood. This excited the laments of fathers and mothers and families who came every day to bid farewell to their sons and brothers and friends. Some of the soldiers were glad, and I was of that number, for I had long wanted to see something of the world. Others were filled with grief and sorrow at leaving home, and there was on their side much sighing. So during this entire war period, about 30,000 men came over from Germany to North America to fight in the war.
30,000.
About 17,000 of them returned back to Germany after the war. So there's about 12,000 here that are, we have to figure out what happened to them. It looks like about 1,200 of them died during battle. About 6,500 of them died from illness or accident, and the remaining 5,000 deserted or stayed in North America in one way or the other. One of the projects that we've been working at here at Townsend.
Pretty cool, right? So the Hessians actually are going to be relevant for this next part we're going to get into. Were German soldiers who served as auxiliaries to the British Army, blah, 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 most notably the American Revolution. Very interesting. And they don't talk about Haim Solomon in here, but we're going to be talking about Haim Solomon in a sec. Okay. Well, the Hessians are going to become relevant in a sec because a guy by the name of Haim Solomon got involved with them. Okay. This is a guy named Haim Solomon. So this is kind of leading up to the Revolutionary War. And during the Revolutionary War, he was a financier of the Revolutionary War. So we're going to talk about him in a sec. Got some good old documentaries here. But yeah, Haim Solomon was a Polish-born American merchant best known for his actions during the American Revolution, where he was the prime financier to the Continental Congress. Born in Leszno, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, Solomon studied finance in Western Europe before emigrating to New York City in 1775. After the American Revolutionary War broke out in the same year, Solomon supported the Patriots by providing financial services while working alongside Robert Morris, the Superintendent of Finance of the United States, and risked his life as a member of the Sons of Liberty, leading to multiple arrests by the British for espionage. He helped convert French loans into hard currency by selling bills of exchange on Morris's behalf, and also brokered large donations to the Patriot cause. This included a critical $20,000 loan in 1781 that enabled George Washington's decisive Yorktown campaign, a turning point for American independence. He was also an advocate for religious liberty by co-founding Philadelphia's Mikvah Israel Synagogue and challenging discriminatory laws. Haim Solomon was born on April 7, 1740 in Leszno, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, to a Sephardic Jewish family, descended from Spanish and Portuguese Jews who gradually migrated to Poland following the expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492. Okay, you guys get it. We're going to learn more about him. But Haim Solomon, arrested by the British as a spy, quickly pardoned, financed the American Revolutionary War. Freemasonry. Like Washington and many prominent men associated with the American Revolution, Solomon was a Freemason. He received his first 2 degrees in Philadelphia's Lodge. After the war, his Master Mason degree was conferred in 1784, the year before his death. Okay. So, Let's learn a little bit more about Haim here, and what does he have to do with the Hessians? He apparently convinced them to switch sides. Basically. Some of these videos are going to get to it. But this is a video from the Haim Solomon Institute YouTube channel, 11 years old, not only 111 views. Look at this.
The British Army against 13 American colonies. Yet the fate of our entire nation lies in the hands of a lone.
This video is called Haim Solomon Doc Promo 2014.
Polish immigrant. The fate of our entire nation lies in the hands of a lone Polish immigrant.
This is where it's getting good, folks, okay? Okay? Hawa.
An immigrant that most people have never heard of before. A Jewish broker who gave our country his fortune, was jailed as a spy, and ultimately gave his life to preserve our freedom. His name? Haim Solomon.
By and large, most Americans don't know about Haim Solomon, and I think they should. I think it's important for a true understanding of the diversity of our country.
It was the winter of 1776. George Washington and his Continental Army were cold, tired, and out of supplies. The new government was out of money, and surrender was close at hand. When Haim Solomon met Washington's troops and saw the soldiers with no shoes or uniforms, he realized that George Washington didn't need another soldier. He needed financial support.
Haim Solomon, as a broker, had to obtain the trust of the people who needed the money, that he would be able to obtain the loans, but also he needed to have the trust of those people, the creditors, who were giving the money, that eventually these things would be repaid.
A daunting task, yet Haim Solomon was able to broker thousands of dollars from colonists, his personal assets, and loans from several European countries to finance the war.
I doubt whether Robert Morris had the contacts in Europe to be able to secure loans from European sources. So I think the role of Haim Solomon at this period is very pivotal.
Yet his story is hardly known.
I think that the reason he isn't better known is perhaps that he's Jewish.
But without this Jewish patriot, America would not exist as we know it. It's time now for his story to be told. The Jewish War Veterans of America have commissioned a documentary of Haim Solomon to celebrate the life and sacrifice of a true American war hero. Join documentarian Randy Bellos and writer-director William Sachs as they embark on a journey through dramatic war reenactments, interviews, and historical documents to make Haim Solomon a household name. Explore Haim's personal journals. Learn how he founded the oldest Jewish congregation in Philadelphia, Mikvah Israel. See why he was imprisoned by British soldiers as a spy, and how we would not be a country or have the right to our own religious freedoms without this brave man.
Gentlemen of the Congress, on Thursday died our friend Haim Solomon, patriot. He was indeed our friend. With a generous hand, he cast his entire fortune to a cause in which we believe. He gave us his all and died almost penniless. The debt we owe him is so great that we can never hope to repay him. But if we zealously guard and keep inviolate the liberty, the equality, those basic human rights that he fought with us to establish, then Haim Solomon, our little friend from Front Street, will feel that his great sacrifice.
Yo, Ben Stiller's dad is glazing this guy right now.
Was not in vain.
Become a part of American history by helping the next generation.
You guys get it? Pretty cool. Let's learn a little bit more about this topic. Okay. This is from This Week in Jewish History with Rabbi Oren Zweiter. That's the YouTube channel. The video is called Jews in the American Revolution. Let's see what he has to say.
This week. Hi there. Welcome to Congregation Agudas Shalom's This Week in Jewish History. Happy belated 4th of July to everyone. Hopefully you had a festive holiday celebrating America's independence. And as we are still in the spirit of the day, I'd like to spend a few minutes learning about the American Jewish community at the time of independence, before, during, and after. As some may know, the first community on these shores was established in 1654, when 23 Portuguese Jews fled from Brazil and arrived in what was then New Amsterdam, later to become New York. New Amsterdam was a small Dutch trading post at the lower tip of Manhattan Island, a map which you see on the bottom of your screens. These 23 Jews established Congregation She'erith Israel, the Spanish and Portuguese congregation of Manhattan. Later on, they were able to build their first synagogue building at Mill Street. You can see a basic depiction of it on the lower left hand of your screen. They also established a cemetery downtown. The congregation went through many stops and buildings and now rests in a beautiful building on 70th Street and Central Park West on New York's Upper West Side. When the revolution broke out in 1775, there were between 1,500 and 2,500 Jews in all the colonies.
There's a lot more
One
than
of
that.
the largest and most prominent communities was
There's a
that
lot
of
more than that.
Newport, Rhode Island.
There's a lot in Florida.
They were heavily
And the
involved
Caribbean.
in the shipping industry
And New
and are
Orleans.
most famous for their synagogue, the Turo Synagogue, built in 1763. With the outbreak of hostilities between the colonists and the British, a large portion of the community supported the revolutionary cause and fled north during the revolution to Leicester, Massachusetts. Interestingly, the community's leader, Isaac Turo, was loyal to the British. He too left Newport and wandered to different locations. He eventually settled in Jamaica, where he was able to live out the rest of his life under British rule. When the British occupied New York in 1776, Congregation She'erith Israel, under the leadership of Reverend Gershom Mendes Cesas, deeply supportive of the revolution, fled to Stratford, Connecticut, not far from where we are here in Stamford. Jews supported and fought for both sides during the war. The most well-known patriot is probably Chaim Solomon, who helped finance the revolution. His portrait is to the left. Lesser-known patriots, however, were such men as Isaac Moses of Philadelphia, who funded ships that harassed British shipping and helped break the British naval blockade of the colonies.
Pirates.
Or Reuben Edding of Baltimore, who was taken prisoner by the British. When they realized he was Jewish, they decided to torture him by only serving him pork. Under great self-sacrifice, Edding refused to eat this, and the entire time he was held in captivity. The American Revolution changed the landscape throughout the United States, including among the Jewish communities of the country. As a result of the revolution, formerly minor communities such as Philadelphia and Charleston rose to prominence. Many Jews became wealthy both during and after the war, and interestingly, communities throughout the land were so inspired by the democratic cause that in the years following, they adopted synagogue constitutions to follow in the footsteps of the Constitution adopted by the states. And so, Jews have played an important role since our nation's birth, and so aside from all the other reasons, that too should give us reason to celebrate. Happy belated Independence Day to all.
Sorry, I'm muted. Funny little story there with the pork, right? It's probably the best food they had, to be honest, on the ship. Salted pork, that's what everyone was eating on the ships. But this video is from the Temple Israel Ner Tamid, talking about Haim Solomon. And I think this is the right timestamp. So shout out to him.
245 years ago, on January 2nd, that was in 1777, George Washington's army was busy fighting the British in the Second Battle of Trenton, New Jersey. Haim Solomon was working as the financial hero of the American Revolution. You may have never heard of Haim Solomon. However, without patriots like Solomon, there would never have been a United States. Haim Solomon was born in 1740 in Poland to a Sephardic Jewish family, descended from Spanish, Portuguese Jews who gradually migrated to Poland after Ferdinand and Isabella expelled the Jews in 1492. Solomon immigrated to New York City in 1772 and soon became a successful merchant and banker. He joined the Sons of Liberty, a patriot group, and when war broke out, he helped supply American troops. 4 years later, in 1776, the British arrested him and put him on a prison boat for 18 months. After his release, he went back to helping the Patriots. He went right back to aiding the Patriots. 6 months later, the British arrested him again. They arrested him for espionage. They sentenced Haim Solomon to be hanged as a rebel. He escaped and he made his way, along with his wife, Rachel Franks, to Philadelphia, the revolutionary capital. Once again, he went into business as a banker, and he continued to devote his talents and wealth to the patriot cause. In 1781, he began working extensively with Robert Morris, the newly appointed superintendent for finance for the 13 colonies. From 1781 to 1784, Solomon's fundraising and personal lending helped provide financing of over $650,000. In 2021 money, that would be about $16 million. And he provided that financing to General George Washington in the war effort. In August 1781, Washington's war chest was entirely empty, as was that of Congress. Without food and uniforms and supplies, Washington's troops were close to mutiny. There were no funds. There was no credit available. Washington asked Haim Solomon to raise some funds, and Solomon did, raised $20,000 through the sale of bills of exchange. And with that contribution, Washington conducted the Yorktown campaign, which proved to be the final battle of the Revolution. Haim Solomon died suddenly on January 8th, 1785 in Philadelphia. He was 44 years old. Due to the failure of governments and private lenders to repay the debt incurred by the war, his family was left penniless. The hundreds of thousands of dollars of continental debt Solomon bought with his own fortune were worth only about 10 cents on the dollar when he died. Haim Solomon's obituary in the Independent Gazetteer read, "Thursday last, expired after a lingering illness, Mr. Chaim Solomon, an eminent broker of this city. He was a native of Poland and of the Hebrew nation. He was remarkable for his skill and integrity in his profession, and for his generous and humane deportment. His remains were yesterday deposited in the burial ground of the synagogue of this city of Philadelphia. He is buried in Mikveh Israel Cemetery in Philadelphia. He had poured much of his fortune into the service of his country, our country, and we are grateful. Dear Lord God, as 2022 begins, we are grateful and proud of the hidden heroes of our country. Thank you, Chaim Solomon of blessed memory, for your contributions to our people and our country. Let us follow your path. Amen. And we continue with the watchword of our faith. We continue with the Shema.
Pretty interesting, huh? You guys ever hear about him before? Got one more old video about him. I love these old videos, right? The older you go, maybe a little bit less hijack, who knows? A little more chutzpah, a little more honesty, who knows?
That you maybe.
This video is from the Crossover Project, CP, and the title is Chaim Solomon.
Don't know he was Jewish, but without him, and that's just a small sampling of some of the Jewish people that have greatly impacted our society. There's one more that you maybe don't know he was Jewish, but without him, we may not have found the land America, and that was Christopher Columbus, also a Jewish man, and obviously we know the history there. But there's one more.
Interesting. This was in the 90s or 80s maybe even. And it seems these guys were fully aware that Columbus was Tengu. Now, it was only in the last year that this was so-called confirmed with genetic, like DNA evidence. But this was a matter of fact to them. And some people, you can dispute that, but I mean, I'm convinced, Christopher Columbus's journal, private journal, or one of his letters, starts off with the sentence, "On the day that the Jews were expelled from Spain, I departed for the New World." Pretty crazy. Isn't this interesting?
Person we want to talk about in more detail on this program.
Shout out to John Zimmer with the $5. Come on, man, give me a topic or say something. Thanks, John Zimmer, for the $5.
And give honor to is a name that you probably never heard of. I never heard of him. And without him, I think we could say that the American Revolution never would have come about and the freedoms that this country had initially if it wasn't for this gentleman, Chaim Solomon. And Dr. Booker, would you say that's a pretty blown out statement or accurate?
I think that's pretty accurate. We'd still be drinking tea and saying, "Jolly good old chap," if it hadn't been for Chaim Solomon.
That's right.
And that's a wonderful roll call of names that you gave. I was chuckling when you read Irving Berlin, this great Jewish man who gave us White Christmas and the Easter parade.
Isn't that funny? That's true. Well, Dr. Booker, we when we go back in history and look at the American Revolution, we know General George Washington, we know General Lafayette, but Chaim Solomon, who is he, and why should we even know him?
He's a forgotten patriot, and as you said, without Chaim Solomon, most likely all historians agree there would be no America as we know it today. In 1975, the United States Postal Department issued a very interesting series of stamps. I happen to have one right here. It's a bit too small for the camera to see, but it's a treasure of mine. And this was a special series of stamps. On the front of it, and by the way, this was 10 cents, so I wish we could get away with that today. We can mail our letters for 10 cents. It says, "Contributors to the cause." is what's on the front of this stamp. So there was a series of stamps honoring American patriots who contributed to the Revolutionary War effort. And then down below it has this name, Haim Solomon, financial hero. The thing that makes this stamp very unique is the part that's printed on the back. Now, I don't know if any of our viewers have ever seen a stamp where the glue part that you lick and go like that, you know, actually has writing on the back. But this has in that you lick and go like that, you know, actually has, I've ever seen a stamp where the glue part that you lick and go like that, you know, actually has right go, the glue part that you lick and go like that, you know, you lick and go like that, you know, actually has writing on the back. But this has in green ink some words, and it says financial hero. Businessman and broker Haim Solomon was responsible for raising most of the money needed to finance the American Revolution and later to save the new nation from collapse. Now, that's such an incredible, powerful statement. I think I'd like to read it again and invite the viewers to really tune in and listen to what these words mean. Responsible for raising most of the money needed to finance the American Revolution and later to save the new nation from collapse. So Haim Solomon not only got us going, he kept us going.
And what are some of the situations that came about that Haim even came into prominence? To how did they find him? How did they come to him? Where did he come from?
Well, Haim Solomon fled Poland really in the 1700s when there was some persecution in that part of the world. And he came onto the stage of world history and American history, one of those God-appointed people who was needed at a certain point in time in history. And he came to this new world, America, in the 1700s. He was going to be a great patriot. But the British caught him and threw him in jail, and he was able to bribe the guard, but he got tuberculosis and took real bad sick. But he was able to get out of jail, and he went to Philadelphia, which at that time was the seat of government for the colonies. And he was very gifted in handling financial papers. During his time on this planet, the Almighty used him to raise the money that was needed to finance the American Revolution. That's very hard for us today to really visualize the story, but if any of our viewers have been to New England and seen the enactment of Washington crossing the Delaware with snow on the ground and the river frozen, you have to think of Daniel Boone and Davy Crockett here fighting the British Empire, and they had hardly any soldier had a full uniform. And this was a ragtag group of people that just come out of the woods to try to rally around the leaders. And many of them had no muskets. They were just fighting with their bare hands. They were not trained militia and soldiers. They were just patriotic freedom fighters. Many of them didn't have shoes. They didn't have boots. They didn't have socks. They didn't have blankets. Can you imagine trying to fight the great empire from Britain, and you're sleeping out in the snow? You don't even have any boots, and your toes are frostbitten, and you're trying to find a musket somewhere to fire at somebody. I mean, this is going to be an act of God for the new colonial revolutionaries to win this war. And this man, Haim Solomon, came on the scene, sent by the hand of God, there's no doubt. And he saw the condition of Washington's troops, and his heart went out to these people. And somehow he had an understanding that someday in the future, the ancient capital of the Jewish people, Jerusalem, would once again rise from her ashes. And the Jewish people in the future would someday be able to go back to their ancient land of Israel. But he believed in his heart that this new country, America, would be a safe haven for the Jewish people. And he wanted to do everything that he could to help the new nation survive. And he gave all of his fortune. We'll talk more about it. But this is who this man is. Without him, there would be no America today.
And maybe you can focus on this in the last couple of seconds we have in the first part of the program. This is Haim, George Washington, and Robert Morris. It's a statue in Chicago on Wacker Drive, a memorial to him. And Dr. Booker just covered a lot of ground in a few moments here. We're going to go into more depth. We're going to take a break right now and take you to Congregation Shalom, where we're going to pay tribute here to America and to Haim and for Independence Day here with a singing of the Battle Hymn of the Republic. And I think you'll really enjoy the Congregation Shalom choir here. And we'll be back shortly thereafter to pick up on Haim Solomon and a little bit more detail of his endeavors and its impact with us today.
Oh,
It's not quite the choir, it's just a few people.
Now we're talking. Shut up. Shut up, bitch. Who are you talking to like that?
Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He has loosed the faithful lightning of his terrible sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, hearts and
His truth is marching on. You sing it all the time. But now, today, you're going to hear the truth of the American Revolution. And if it wasn't for High and Solomon, we maybe would not have the freedoms that we have today due to this man's resources and abilities. Dr. Booker was just touching on it. He was thrown in prison. And what's interesting is what saved Chaim for a bit here was his ability to speak many languages. You had French, you had the Germans, you had the British had German mercenaries that didn't even speak English. They couldn't even speak to their own mercenaries. And when Chaim was in prison, they found out that he spoke all these languages. And he was sentenced to be killed. And they took him from prison to use as a translator. And when they did that, Chaim's passion for freedom for this country came about, because when they gave him a little bit of freedom to be a translator for them and to feed them, he had access in the commodity business from his dealings abroad to bring food. Well, he also now started raising funds for the revolution. He started helping the French and the American prisoners to escape. He restarted his brokerage business. I mean, give the guy an inch, and he went as far as he could to fight for freedom. Well, Dr. Booker, tell us a little bit about Chaim and the amounts of money that he supposedly was able to raise, and how much was that, and a little bit of his latter days.
Well, the interesting thing about Chaim Solomon was Robert Morris, who was treasurer of the Continental Congress, had no authority to tax the colonies. So they had no way to raise the money to get arms from the French to supply Washington and his troops. And this is why this man, Chaim Solomon, was so absolutely necessary for the revolution, because he was the man there in place who could get the money for Robert Morris. And Robert Morris, who was an anti-Semitic, according to the history books, hated to come to this Jew and beg for this money, came over and over and over, 72 or 75 times in a 3 or 4 year period. He came to beg Chaim Solomon for money to help in the revolutionary cause.
Now that's interesting, because Robert Morris also formed a bank with the leading merchants in that day to raise money, but the bank failed. And again,
absolutely,
every way to make money wasn't going to come about. Chaim had to come on the scene, apparently.
God wanted this man there for this story to be told on this television program today, and we're honored to be able to tell it. But Chaim Solomon gave over $800,000. This is 1776 money. And you think, how much money could this possibly be today? Well, a good friend of mine, David Lewis, who wrote this book called Chaim Solomon, the story of the lost pages of American history, has calculated. He went to his bankers, and they got the biggest computer they could find, and the fastest computer they could find. It went off the charts. They couldn't even figure it out. That they finally had to stop. Over $2 trillion in modern dollars is how much his heirs are owed by the American government. Now, Chaim Solomon died at the age of 45. He was penniless. He gave his whole fortune to the revolutionary cause and left a widow behind, Rachel, with 4 children, 4 years and under, or 7 years and under. And she has nothing. So she goes to Robert Morris and say, help, can you repay some of this money my husband has given you? Well, give me the papers and we'll look through it and see what we owe. Strangely enough, the papers disappeared, and Chaim Solomon's heirs were never compensated for anything that he had given to the government.
Did Chaim himself ever ask for a return of funds?
No, he never did.
Never.
We need them reparations, folks.
Period.
We need reparations. We need reparations. Reparations for the Salomon family. Come on, guys.
For the cause of freedom, and because he did believe, as we said earlier in the program, that this would be a safe haven for Jewish people until later on in life, in our era, when he believed that the ancient land of the Jewish people, Israel, would once again come into the hands of the Jewish people, and they would leave from the nations where they were and go back to their homeland. Jerusalem would once again be their ancient capital.
Let's come back to that in a second. But what's interesting here, too, about Chaim is he had the ability, since he had favor with the British, to really have a very comfortable lifestyle and just be quiet, stay behind the scenes. They're feeding them. He's creating funds. Behind the stage, he's creating funds. And he could have been well taken care of. But on the other side, you're saying he gave over trillions of dollars in today's dollars, never asked for any of it back. And his family, when he died, was penniless and never received any funds whatsoever.
That's absolutely true.
So, go ahead.
Well, to make the story worse, Chaim Solomon was buried in Philadelphia in the Mikveh Israel Cemetery in what is today an unmarked grave. We can't even go to where he's laid in rest and pay our respects.
Wow. No honor. Total hero.
I thought that his grandson put a tombstone on his grave. And I heard you tell me earlier today that you discovered that it was done in when was that?
Well, it was 1970, but it wasn't a tombstone because nobody knows which is his grave. It was a plaque, that he put on the wall honoring his great-grandfather. How ironic, this was in 1917. It was in 1917 that Arthur James Balfour, the foreign minister of England, issued the Balfour Declaration, which says Her Majesty's government views with favor the rights of the Jewish people to return to their ancient homeland. What irony. Wow. And also what irony, in 1975, the same year that our own government issued this stamp honoring Haim Solomon, the Israeli government issued in that same year a stamp honoring former President Harry Truman, who was the president at that time that gave recognition to the new state of Israel. I believe that the Almighty is orchestrating all of these events to bring forth his plans and purposes on the earth.
So, Dr. Booker, today, what can we do? We can't pay Haim's family back. There's no way that that will happen, obviously. Is there something ulteriorly that we can do to benefit this man and the cause and the vision?
Well, absolutely. When we were marching on Washington a number of years back for the first President Bush to release the funds that he had guaranteed to the settlers in the communities in Israel, which he was withholding that money from them, we brought this to his attention on our bullhorns, although he wasn't in the White House at the time. These have made us feel better that what we can do is...
This guy's got major Kenneth Copeland vibes, doesn't he?
Support the rights of the Jewish people to a safe and secure Israel, with Jerusalem as their eternal undivided capital.
It's interesting that God sent a Jewish Christopher Columbus to find the land. He sent from Poland another Jewish man to fund the revolution. And here now we can in turn go back to Israel. And independence doesn't just happen. It takes money and it takes blood. And to keep Israel free and independent and keep her within her land that's hers right now, that's the least we could probably give back to what Haim has done. One more thing, too, I want the viewers to know is that the Constitution in this country was drafted. The first draft was Haim Solomon. And the phrase, "one nation under God, freedom and justice for all," was his. And even the markings on the dollar were designed by Haim Solomon. So he's touched you in many different ways, obviously the most important being the freedom. To wrap it up, I want to go back to Rosalie and tie up the ends here.
Well, I really have decided that with our shows, I don't want to just inform you about these interesting people or these interesting events, but I want to have a call to action, kind of like what Dr. Booker had just said. I was thinking, I know that many people might know that Yom Kippur is the holiest day of the year for the Jewish people, and Morris knocked on the synagogue door when America was in great need, asking Haim Solomon on Yom Kippur, saying we need a certain amount of money and a lot by that evening. And Haim Solomon went to the rabbi and said, "Can I talk to the congregation? Now, Yom Kippur, you don't talk about money." But the rabbi allowed him, and by the end, what he did is he rallied up the Jewish people in that synagogue, and they raised the money. They didn't touch the money. They said, "But when Yom Kippur is over at sunset, we will have the money." They pledged it. So right now, I believe that Israel is knocking on America's door. We need to pay back and help that country stay as a democracy and stay for the Jewish people. And for the call to action, I would like you all to perhaps, you should pray for the peace of Jerusalem. You could buy Israeli bonds. You could give back that way. You could write letters to the newspapers or the television stations. And when you feel that things are not being expressed properly, that there's a lot of bias in the media. And I know Dr. Booker has a website where he's organizing people when there's some major political action that needs to be done by Americans for Israel. He will send you emails, and his email is www.rbooker.
Pretty interesting, huh? Now, Zilero Morales, however you say this, I always forget. With the $10, he comments, "Did the Ottoman Empire have any conflict or contribution to the United States or the independence of America?" Well, interesting. We were just talking about the Turnbull colony in Florida. Now, that was a Scottish colony that was like Scottish overlords, Scottish overseers with Greek, Turkish, Minorcan, North African, Egyptian, Italian, all these different people. There was over 1,000 people who came over to work on this. And most of them were Ottoman subjects. And it was negotiated that because most of them were Christians, so it was negotiated that because they were Orthodox Christians, they were going to be allied with the British and they wouldn't side with the Spanish. That's the quick story on the Ottomans in the Turnbull. Right, so the Ottomans apparently rejected this after it happened. They're like, hang on, you're taking how many people? But they ended up coming to Florida, and their descendants still live in Florida, the Menorcans. Most of them are Menorcan, but like I said, there was a lot of Turks and Greeks too. And they wore fezzes, a lot of them wore red fezzes. So that's one thing to talk about. And then also I had planned to talk about the Turks of South Carolina. This is a pretty little known piece of history here. The Turks of South Carolina, also known as Sumter Turks or Turks of Sumter County, are a group of people who have lived in the general area of Sumter County, South Carolina, since the late 18th century. According to Professor Glenn Browder, quote, they have always been a tight-knit and isolated community of people who identified as being of Turkish descent. As of 2018, they numbered no more than 400 in the town of Dalzell. The Turk community traces its history back to an early settler from the Ottoman Empire, Joseph Benenhalli, who reputedly served the colonial cause in the American Revolutionary War. He made his way to South Carolina, where he served as a scout for General Thomas Sumter during the American Revolution. General Sumter then gave Benenhalli land on his plantation to farm and raise a family. A few outsiders married into the family, but most who identified with the ostracized community and their progeny considered themselves people of Turkish descent. By the mid-20th century, they numbered several hundred. The Turks of South Carolina today include surnames such as Benenhalli, Oxendine, Scott, Hood, Buckner, Lowry, Chavis, and Ray. Yeah. The community has generally been cautious about outside society. Consequently, few outsiders were accepted in the community, and Turkish people mainly married within their own crowd for generations. Hence the repetition of family surnames throughout the generations. Yeah, you guys get it. DNA shows that they did in fact have like North African, Mediterranean DNA, not sub-Saharan, so they weren't a mix between so-called, quote unquote slaves and Europeans. They were something else. And so this does kind of lend credence to the whole Moors in America thing, right? A lot of people got called Turks back then. So yeah, you can go look this up, and I've got a good video on this. Go check out my video right here. The Hidden Turkish History of America. Full presentation. You see it? Right there. Go check that out. The Hidden Turkish History of America. Really good. Well, that's a good video to check out if you want some more Ottoman gravy. And then I pulled this up for you too, since you tipped on that. The relations between the Ottoman Empire and the United States have a long history, with roots before American independence due to long-standing trade between the two regions. After the American independence in 1776, the first relations between these two countries started through contact between the American merchants, statesmen, and lastly the Navy in North African countries, under the rule of Ottomans at the time. So, yeah, early on. Cucumber, $5. Why did Wisconsin-Constantinople get the works? That's nobody's business but the Turks. It's funny. Wisconsin-Constantinople. That's good. But also, what's interesting is I'll add to that, you tipped. I'm not just going to give you a Wikipedia article, right? Right. There's a little known fact, actually, here. Let me look it up. Did you know that Jamestown, there was a bunch of Turks who went to Jamestown? That's in my Turkish video. So if you check out my Turkish video, number one, the Turkish president, and remember, Turkish, Ottoman almost means the same thing, right? A little bit. The Turkish president once claimed, Erdogan once claimed that Muslims discovered the Americas. And what's interesting is that Jamestown, okay, apparently Francis Drake took a bunch of Ottomans from the Caribbean and brought them to Jamestown. No, that's not true. That's not true. Someone brought them to Jamestown. Who brought them to Jamestown? Or Roanoke. No, it was Francis Drake. He brought them to Roanoke. So, the Ottomans have been here for a while. The Turks, Ottomans. Yeah, it was Francis Drake. Yeah. Yep. It was Francis Drake brought a bunch of Ottomans to Roanoke. Not many people know about this. Just dropped them off. Something like that. Yeah, I think like 100 of them stayed or something. It's in the Turkish video. Go watch the Turkish video. It's got all the gravy in there. 7 months ago. I don't remember too much. But oh, here, cucumber tipped earlier. It's so American over here in Wisconsin. There was a fog of war effect for a little bit. Any close call stories? I don't know what that means. Cucumber with $5. Pizza Zaza. Have you ever tried Castelvetrano olives on a pizza? I must try it out. I never have, but the olive is for cool cucumbers like me. That's some good weed over there in Wisconsin, huh? All right. Back to the gravy. There's also the Moore's Sundry Act of 1790. We'll talk about that real quick. if you go to the Turks of South Carolina, and also there's a Sumter County, South Carolina, named after General Sumter. Was that his General Sumter? I think that's his rank. There's also a Sumter County, Florida. There's Turks in Florida. There's Turkish architecture all over Florida. And there was Turks in South Carolina in Sumter County. So now kind of related is the Moors Sundry Act of 1790 was a granted petition ordered by South Carolina House of Representatives, clarifying the status of free subjects of the Sultan of Morocco, Mohammed bin Abdallah. The resolution offered the opinion that free citizens of Morocco were not subject to laws governing blacks and slaves. On January 20th, 1790, a petition was presented to the South Carolina House of Representatives from a group of 4 individuals who were subjects of the Moroccan emperor and residents of the state. They desired that if they happened to commit any fault amendable to be brought to justice, that as subjects to a prince allied with the United States through the Moroccan-American Treaty of Friendship, they would be tried as citizens instead of under the Negro Act of 1740. And just to go here, Moroccan-American Treaty of Friendship, like we were saying earlier, started in 1786, but earlier in 1777, they recognized America. Ooh, Marrakesh Treaty. What's that? All right. And the Turks of South Carolina, if you go to them, all the way at the bottom, they're usually associated with the Moor. Okay. Early examples of the communities. This is going back to the Turks of South Carolina. Yeah, you see this. They have been mistakenly connected to a family of, quote, free Moors who resided in Charleston. Okay. All right, that's it on the Ottomans. Let's get to some Freemason history. Got 600 people in the chat here. Most of them on YouTube. We're on X and Rumble too. Happy 4th of July, everyone. Hope you're having a good night. Hope everyone still got their fingers. All right, let's learn about the Freemasons a little bit from the Freemasons themselves. This is from a YouTube channel called Universal Co-Masonry. Shout out to them. This is like a 6-year-old video. See what they got. One second.
The story of the United States of America are the events of the Revolutionary War, but how many are aware of the Masonic influence that precipitated those events? Freemasonry teaches that liberty, equality, and fraternity are essential to human happiness and dignity. It was these principles and the inspiration to fight against tyranny inspired by Freemasonry that propelled certain brothers of the colonies to instigate the War of Independence. Let us look at 2 towering figures of history who used the ideals of Freemasonry to overthrow the colonial oppression of the British Empire. George Washington was undoubtedly the most prominent figure of early American history and has almost reached the status of deity. Washington was, however, an ordinary human being who recognized his moment in history and seized upon the doing of great things. Initiated into Freemasonry in 1752, Washington quickly became one of the highest-ranking Masons in the fledgling republic. As a man inspired by the Enlightenment and its principles, Washington found a home in the Masonic order. In all cases of difficulty and danger, Washington placed his faith in the great Creator and believed always in the maintenance and performance of honor and virtue, both Masonic values. Washington was an eloquent writer on the subject of Freemasonry and left many inspiring aphorisms. Here are his words on the founding of Freemasonry. Freemasonry is founded on the immutable laws of truth and justice, and its grand object is to promote the happiness of the human race. At the construction of the U.S. Capitol, George Washington conducted a Masonic cornerstone ceremony and dedicated its work to the Masonic vision for human society. Benjamin Franklin is second only to George Washington in the pages of American history. A prolific and veteran author, Benjamin Franklin did not serve the revolutionary forces militarily, but was instead inspired to use his rhetorical skill to improve the diplomatic relations of the upstart nation. Franklin became a Mason in 1731 in Pennsylvania, the future home of Universal Masonry, and then Grand Master of Pennsylvania in 1734. Franklin published the first American edition of Anderson's Constitutions and remained an active Mason for the rest of his life. He also became a member of the Grand Orient de France during his time in Europe as a diplomat. While attending the Lodge of the Nine Sisters in Paris in 1778, he assisted in the initiation of Voltaire, the infamous French novelist. Franklin, a prolific author and man of letters, composed many writings on the subject of Masonry. The following quote is Franklin on the subject of a Mason's wages. Masonic labor is purely a labor of love. He who seeks to draw Masonic wages in gold and silver will be disappointed. The wages of a Mason are in the dealings with one another. Sympathy begets sympathy. Kindness begets kindness. Helpfulness begets helpfulness. And these are the wages of a Mason.
Pretty interesting, huh? Now we're going to Scottish Rite nmj.org. So we're off YouTube for a sec. It's a Scottish Rite website. Quick little video they got here about the American flag. Tell me if you can hear this.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn he has my stripes.
Flag since the founding. The history of our fraternity has been wrapped around the American flag since the founding of our nation. Just as the history of our democracy has been forged by generations of Freemasons who dedicated their lives to serve in whatever way they were called upon to ensure that our country's flag would continue to proudly wave. Keeping that sacred commitment has led to over 200 years of remarkable achievements in a deeply rooted and still flourishing bond between Freemasonry and our American flag.
For the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Principles of Freemasonry are really tied to patriotism, and the flag is a part of that. It's part of our ritual, and it's a part of our heritage, part of being a Mason.
We pledge allegiance to it, and we will fight for it if necessary. It's just a piece of cloth, but it's a meaningful piece of cloth.
This country was founded by giants of history who were mostly Freemasons, and they twin this in every thread of our government, and the flag was a symbol of what they did.
It's a symbol of the sacrifices that people before us made. It's symbolic of the establishment of a new idea, a grand experiment, democracy.
The flag came from the hearts of the Masons, involved in helping create the first American flag. It espouses everything that we hold dear in our lives. it's our colors, our emblem.
Many people know that early patriots such as George Washington, Paul Revere, and Benjamin Franklin were Masons, but fewer are aware that it was Brother Francis Hopkinson who designed the original 13-star flag that would become the emblem of a new republic and the basis for the many flags.
Now, Manly P. Hall kind of disputes this. We're going to read from Manly P. Hall in a sec, from the Secret Teachings of All Ages, about the American flag. But let's listen on.
That would follow as the young nation expanded across an entire continent. At the beginning of the 19th century, Masons Meriwether Lewis and William Clark embarked upon their legendary expedition to learn more about the vast regions of the uncharted West. The information they brought back led to the Louisiana Purchase, which tripled the country's size. A number of Freemasons served on the front lines helping to secure these new American territories. From Old Hickory, Andrew Jackson, who commanded U.S. troops at the Battle of New Orleans, to Davy Crockett and William Travis, heroes of the Alamo, and the father of Texas, Sam Houston. Their efforts would lead to new states and new stars on the flag during the terms of the many Masons who were presidents in the 1800s. 20 under James Monroe, 28 by the time of James K. Polk, and 33 under James Buchanan in 1859. In just 80 years, the United States had expanded from 13 colonies on the Atlantic coast all the way to Oregon and California, from sea to shining sea. But there was a deepening rift that would challenge the very survival of the nation as the Southern secession of 1861 tore the Union apart, and thousands of Masons, from famous generals like William Tecumseh Sherman, Stonewall Jackson, and Robert E. Lee, to common soldiers, were fighting against their own countrymen, sometimes even brother against brother. Many of them paid the ultimate price. In the midst of this terrible war, Union General and Mason Daniel Butterfield arranged an old Scottish tattoo into a new bugle call, which would soon be adopted by both North and South as a tribute to their fallen comrades. There are also many recorded instances of Masons on each side reaching across the field of battle to allow relief to be provided for their injured brothers.
There were instances where you had a brother down on the battlefield and they would say a few words that related to our Masonic oath, and the other side would cease fire and allow the North or the South to go out and pick up their wounded off the battlefield.
Wow.
They would salute one another.
And
then go back to doing their job.
Just as Taps.
Talk about privilege. I mean, with pride, dude. They tell you with pride. Talk about privilege. Talk about pulling the strings. Oh, we don't control the world. We can just stop wars when we want.
Has remained an essential part of our military tradition. Masons have continued to honor the tenet of brotherly love even during battle, exemplified by the actions of Congressional Medal of Honor recipient Sammy Davis while serving in Vietnam.
With a broken back and all shot up, I carried 3 of my brothers back across the river. I don't think I could have hated enough to carry 3 of my brothers at one time, but you can love that much. And that's what gave me the strength to carry my brothers back. The brotherly love that I have in my heart came from what my grandfather and my daddy taught me through the Masonic Lodge. The Medal of Honor, to me, is part of the obligation that I had then and still do owe my brothers.
At the end of the Civil War, the assassination of President Lincoln catapulted brother Andrew Johnson into the Oval Office, where he was charged with the task of pulling the fractured nation back together. Less than 20 years later, the country had entered an era of industrialization and renewed westward expansion. By the time Mason James Garfield took office in 1881, there were 5 new stars on the flag, 38 in all. The turn of a new century brought a fresh energy, a spirit of innovation, and a renewed sense of devotion to country embodied in the music of Brother John Philip Sousa, who, as conductor of the U.S. Marine Band, wrote marches that have stirred the American spirit for generations. Theodore Roosevelt, war hero, rancher, naturalist, and Mason, was the first president to address poverty and inequality in America. President Roosevelt also fought for fair business practices, developed our national parks and monuments, and opened new worlds to commerce by championing the building of the Panama Canal. During the term of his successor, Brother William Howard Taft, New Mexico and Arizona became the final two contiguous United States as the 48-star flag was unfurled for the first time. It was under this new flag that American troops marched off to World War I, led by Brother General John Pershing. The rallying cry for these troops, and for an entire country sending an army across the Atlantic for the first time, was composed by Mason George M. Cohan. At the same time, a young soldier at Camp Upton in Yaphank, New York, wrote a victory anthem that would become one of our most beloved patriotic songs. As a Mason, Irving Berlin would likely be delighted that God Bless America is still sung in Masonic lodges across the land.
To the prairies, to the oceans, life must fall. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
October 1929 brought an abrupt halt to the optimism of the previous decades. By 1933 and the election of Brother Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the American can-do spirit was
We went a little bit past the American flag there, but you know, still all keeping with the 4th of July. But you get it. Now, interesting, they attributed the design of the American flag to that guy. Because what's his face? Manly P. Hall had something else to say. So this is from Secret Teachings of All Ages, Manly P. Hall. We're going to zoom in to the bottom here. You guys see that? Boom. How's that? That's good. Okay, so this is page 660 from Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manly P. Hall. Go look him up if you haven't heard about him. This is how you spell his name. That's how you spell his name, folks, on screen right there. Manly P. Hall. Get a look at my Manly P. Hall. Many times, this is a subtitle is called Episodes from American History. Many times the question has been asked, was Francis Bacon's vision of the New Atlantis a prophetic dream of the great civilization which was so soon to rise upon the soil of the New World? It cannot be doubted that the secret societies of Europe conspired to establish upon the American continent, quote, a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal, end quote. Two incidents in the early history of the United States evidence the influence of that silent body which has so long guided the destinies of peoples and religions. By them, nations are created as vehicles for the promulgation of ideas. Let's see, can you guys see that? Hang on. All right, there we go. Promulgation of ideals. And while nations are true to these ideals, they serve. When they vary from them, they vanish like the Atlantis of old, which had ceased to, quote, know the gods. In his admirable little treatise, quote, Our Flag, Robert Allen Campbell revives the details of an obscure but most important episode of American history, the designing of the colonial flag of 1775. So this is the colonial flag. Okay, interesting. The account involves a mysterious man concerning whom no information is available, other than that he was on familiar terms with both General George Washington and Dr. Benjamin Franklin. The following description of him is taken from Campbell's treatise. Quote, little seems to have been known concerning this old gentleman, and in the materials from which this account is compiled, his name is not even once mentioned, for he is uniformly spoken of or referred to as the professor. He was evidently far beyond his 70 years, and he often referred to historical events of more than a century previous, just as if he had been a living witness of their occurrence. Still, he was erect, vigorous, and active, hale, hearty, and clear-minded, as strong and energetic every way as in the prime of his life. He was tall, of fine figure, perfectly easy, and very dignified in his manners, being at once courteous, gracious, and commanding. He was, for those times, and considering the customs of the colonists, very peculiar in his method of living, for he ate no flesh, fowl, or fish. He never used for food any green thing, any roots, or anything unripe. He drank no liquor, wine, or ale, but confined his diet to cereals and their products, fruits that were ripened on the stem in the sun, nuts, mild tea, and the sweets of honey, sugar, and molasses. What a guy. Quote, he was well educated, highly cultivated, of extensive as well as varied information, and very studious. He spent considerable of his time in the patient and persistent conning of a number of very rare old books and ancient manuscripts, which he seemed to be deciphering, translating, or rewriting. These books and manuscripts, together with his own writings, he never showed to anyone, and he did not even mention them in his conversations with the family, except in the most casual way, and he always locked them up carefully in a large, old-fashioned, cubically shaped, iron-bound, heavy oaken chest. Whenever he left his room, even for his meals, he took long and frequent walks alone, sat on the brows of the neighboring hills, or mused in the midst of the green and flower-gemmed meadows. He was fairly liberal, but in no way lavish, in spending his money, with which he was well supplied. He was a quiet, though a very genial and very interesting member of the family. And B was, there's issues in here. There's commas in the wrong place and spelling issues, forgive me. And he was it says B, and he was seemingly at home upon any and every topic coming up in conversation. He was, in short, one whom everyone would notice and respect, whom few would feel well acquainted with, and whom no one would presume to question concerning himself, as to whence he came, why he tarried, or whither he journeyed. By something more than a mere coincidence, the committee appointed by the Colonial Congress to design a flag accepted an invitation to be guests, while in Cambridge, of the same family with which the professor was staying. It was here that General Washington joined them for the purpose of deciding upon a fitting emblem. By the signs which passed between them, it was evident that both General Washington and Dr. Franklin recognized the professor, and by unanimous approval, he was invited to become an active member of the committee. During the proceedings which followed, the professor was treated with the most profound respect, and all of his suggestions immediately acted upon. He submitted a pattern which he considered symbolically appropriate for the new flag, and this was unhesitatingly accepted by the other 6 members of the committee, who voted that the arrangement suggested by the professor be forthwith adopted. After the episode of the flag, the professor quietly vanished, and nothing further is known concerning him. Did General Washington and Dr. Franklin recognize the professor as an emissary of the mystery school, which has so long controlled the political destinies of this planet? Benjamin Franklin was a philosopher and a Freemason, possibly a Rosicrucian initiate. He and the Marquis de Lafayette, also a man of mystery, constitute 2 of the most important links in the chain of circumstance that culminated in the establishment of the original 13 colonies as a free and independent nation. Dr. Franklin's philosophic attainments are well attested in Poor Richard's Almanac, published by him for many years under the name of Richard Saunders, Dick Saunders. His interest in the cause of Freemasonry is also shown by his republication of Anderson's Constitutions of Freemasonry, blah, blah, blah. You guys get it. Pretty cool, right? This mysterious figure showed up out of nowhere and helped design the American colonial flag, but definitely left a mark on the American flag as we know it today, too. So what else we got? Give me 1 second here. So we got the flag, okay? And then we have the bird. Okay, so we've got the flag created either by a Mason, as the one video claimed, the modern American flag, the American colonial flag created by this mysterious 300-year-old, what's 3 score? 60. This mysterious old guy who showed up out of nowhere like the ghost of Obi-Wan Kenobi and designed the American colonial flag. Well, what about the bird, right? We got the flag that we're celebrating today, American flag. What about the bird? How did we get the bald eagle? Well, I've got a story about the bald eagle. 1 second here. Just give me 1 sec. So everyone knows about who's heard about 1 sec, that's too close. Whatever. Who's heard about Benjamin Franklin wanting the American bird, national bird, to be the turkey? Who's heard about this? I've got a whole video on turkeys. And in my turkey video, remember we were talking about the Ottomans and the Turks? I actually brought up the fact that Turkey's named Turkey. And Turkey was one of the first countries, the Ottomans were one of the first people to get their hands on tobacco, corn, turkey, right? Or birds that looked like turkey. And a ton of American goods that the English actually called Turkish. So they called corn Turkish corn or Turkish wheat. They called turkey the turkey bird. They thought it came from Turkey because it was being supplied by Turks. So that's why we get turkey, the bird, because people thought it was from Turkey. The English thought it came from Turkey, not America. Some of them. So go check my turkey video if you want the details on that. But did Benjamin Franklin want the national bird to be a turkey? Now, see, look at how they gaslight us. Okay, look at how they gaslight us. The story about Benjamin Franklin wanting to be the national bird, wanting the national bird to be a, wanting the national bird to be a turkey is just a myth. So they say, the Franklin Institute. This false story began due to a letter Franklin wrote to his daughter criticizing the original eagle design for the Great Seal, saying that it looked more like a turkey. In the letter, Franklin wrote that, quote, the bald eagle is a bird of bad moral character. He does not get his living honestly. He is too lazy to fish for himself. About the turkey, Franklin wrote that in comparison to the bald eagle, the turkey is, quote, a much more respectable bird, and withal a true original native of America. He is besides, though a little vain and silly, a bird of courage. So although Benjamin Franklin defended the honor of the turkey against the bald eagle, he did not propose it become one of America's most important symbols. Now that's what this one article's saying, and that's mostly correct. But the turkey was entertained as an option for the national animal of America. Okay. The founding fathers, the Freemasons, all these people, they got together and they wanted to choose an animal that was, this is what they don't tell you. Okay. This is the underground, underappreciated, occult, esoteric, secret meaning. I'm going to tell it to you right now. Okay. Don't ask me where. Don't ask me how. The founding fathers and the people who came up with this bird were trying to find the bird that they believed was closest, best represented a phoenix. And so the turkey was considered one of the closest birds to the phoenix because the turkey is like the American version of the peacock. Okay? And I'm so stoned right now. The turkey was the American. I hate being blown up this big on the screen. Ugh. Whatever. Yeah, that's a little better. The turkey was the turkey's very close to the phoenix. The turkey's closer to the thunderbird, okay? The bald eagle, they ended up deciding was closest to the phoenix. And I'll explain why. There's some symbolism between the bald eagle, okay? The phoenix is a bird that's supposed to, renew itself through burning, right? Transforming, burning, becoming something new, right? The cycle of rebirth, the phoenix. Well, the turkey has a couple phoenix-like characteristics, but like I said, it's much closer to the thunderbird. And some say the thunderbird and the phoenix are the same. Not necessarily. So why did they choose the American eagle? The bald eagle? Why did they think that was more closer to the phoenix? I'll tell you why. Because if you look at a bald eagle, let's look at a bald eagle. It's mostly dark. It's got a little white head. Right? You guys see this? Now, what you're seeing here, the way that they looked at this is that it was in, and yeah, okay, yeah, the eagle's an ancient thing. Many empires used the eagle. That's right. That's true. But why the bald eagle? That's what we're talking about. The bald eagle, in terms of a phoenix, and go look this up, they were trying to find the bird that best represented the phoenix. If you look at it like an animal that's being set on fire, the bald eagle looks like it's halfway burned or 3/4 of the way burned, right? Or the other way around. Like most of it's like it's in the middle of molting, right? Like the white part's the new part, the black part's the burnt and the old part. Or you could see it the other way around. But it's like a new bird's emerging out of the old. Or it's like it's in the middle of being burned, 3/4 of the way burned, charred. So that's part of the reasoning behind the phoenix and the bald eagle. And also, another little known symbolism, okay? This is more of a Southern thing, but for a lot of the founding fathers, if you believe in the whole cherry tree, Moorish American, slave conspiracy, the bald eagle was supposed to also symbolize a white leadership in America, the white head, a white leadership, like a white ruling class, and then a dark-skinned body, meaning either a dark servant class, slave class, dark-skinned, higher rate of reproduction, right? I don't know if this was the future they foresaw or if this was the case on a lot of their properties, right? Got a ton of black people, and then like a white head, right? White head of the nation, black body of the nation. And you can interpret that in a racist way, whatever. I'm just saying this is one of the interpretations, whatever. And then the yellow being that this would be like the Native American or like the Asiatic, red skin, yellow skin people who are very, in the eyes of the founding fathers, very vicious. So you see the claws are yellow and the beak is yellow. And they were kind of saying, they were kind of agreeing with the symbolism, searching for symbolism in this animal, saying that the yellow race, or that the Indians, were more vicious or violent. This is just an interpretation. YouTube, don't grill me on this. That the black body was doing like a lot of the work, that the yellow claws and beak were doing a lot of the fighting, tearing and, killing, and the white head was doing all the thinking, right? Isn't that interesting? So you can kind of see the racial division of America. In yellow could be Native American, could be the Mexicans, could be Caribbeans, could be the Spanish. But you see like a racial makeup of America. Isn't that interesting? Who else sees that? And the phoenix symbolism too. So, and there were some other options, okay? Flamingo was also considered for not only the state bird of America, but briefly considered for United States national bird, but obviously didn't go very far because it's not native to all of the United States. The bald eagle was selected because it's native, it's wild in all United States, including Florida. And interestingly, you guys want to see something really cool? Who's ever heard of the largest bird nest ever? So if we go to the Wikipedia for bald eagle, bird of prey found in North America, sea eagle. Okay. Biggest, largest. All right, you guys see this? The largest ever bald eagle nest. Where was that? Okay, bald eagle nest. You guys see this? Bald eagle nests are often very large in order to compensate for size of the birds. The largest recorded nest was found in Florida in 1963 and was measured at 9.5 feet wide and 20 feet deep. You guys hear that? 9.5 feet wide and 20 feet deep. In Florida, nesting habits often consists of mangrove swamps, the shorelines, blah, blah, blah. Interestingly. Yeah, largest tree. Was it in a tree? It had to have been, right? 9.5 feet wide, 20 foot deep bald eagle nest. I got another link here. This is Guinness World Records. The largest bird's nest. This isn't just the largest bald eagle nest. This is the largest bird's nest ever recorded. The largest bird's nest was built by a pair of bald eagles and possibly their successors near St. Petersburg, Florida, and measured 9 feet 6 inches wide and 20 feet deep. It was examined in 1963 and was estimated to weigh more than 2 tons. The incubation mounds built by the Malley fowl, blah, 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 blah. So it's the largest bird nest ever recorded. St. Petersburg, Florida, baby. Oh, yeah. Let's see what they look like. There you go. That's what they look like. That one's not even that big. That one's not even that big. So there's a little gravy on the national animal of America, national bird. What else we got? Let's talk about Washington, D.C. a little bit. Right? Who's heard of this Benjamin Banneker guy? One second here. So remember we were talking about Washington, D.C. and the people who designed it? Okay, there's 3 main people who had a hand in designing Washington, D.C. The first one right here is Pierre Charles L'Enfant. So this is Pierre Charles L'Enfant. We don't know what he looked like. Uh-oh. Born 1754. Peter Charles L'Enfant was a French-American artist, professor, and military engineer. L'Enfant designed the Baroque-styled plan for the development of Washington, D.C. after it was designated to become the capital of the United States following its relocation from Philadelphia. His work, known as the L'Enfant Plan, inspired plans for other major world capitals, including Brasilia, New Delhi, and Canberra. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so French guy, tall, 6 foot tall, wore a hat, served in the military, and then he helped design. And here he was a Freemason, like we saw in the documentary earlier. Shouldn't be surprised. Close friend of Alexander Hamilton. So yeah, he helped plan Washington, D.C. Not going to read all this, but what's interesting is that this guy Ellicott, L'Enfant collaborated with a talented team of assistants whose contributions were instrumental in realizing his grand vision. Among these collaborators were Andrew Ellicott, a skilled surveyor whose meticulous measurements helped lay the groundwork for the city's layout. Benjamin Banneker, an African-American mathematician and surveyor, provided invaluable expertise and calculations essential to the project. So we talked about Andrew Ellicott earlier, much earlier in the video. He helped come up with or finalize the state lines in the southeast United States, all over the United States, actually. And okay, so him, and this is the L'Enfant guy. And then there's Banneker. Benjamin Banneker, can we still say that word from earlier? What was that guy's name? Co-founder of the Illuminati. I forget. Benjamin Banneker. What's up, my Banneker? Born in 1731, was an American naturalist, mathematician, astronomer, and almanac author. A landowner, he also worked as a surveyor and farmer. Pretty interesting. Let's learn a little bit more about Benjamin Banneker, the guy who designed Washington, D.C. or helped. This is from the YouTube channel AV Greeks 16mm films from 3 months ago. Shout out to them. Video is called Benjamin Banneker, Man of Science, 1971. All right.
A number of years before the American Revolution, curiosity as well as genuine interest often brought Maryland travelers to a little town near Baltimore. Their reason for coming was to meet the distinguished Benjamin Banneker, whose name was already becoming widely known, and to see his new creation, a large wooden clock. The clock was an example of the finest workmanship, but the most remarkable thing about it was that its maker had never seen a timepiece larger than a watch.
Man, that shit be going tick-tock, bruh.
Visitors might also enjoy scholarly discussion on many subjects. Banneker was a unique man in many ways. He was a free black who owned a fine, small tobacco farm. But his neighbors knew he could solve a problem in mathematics as capably as he could run a farm. Banneker's family background was unusual. His white grandmother, Molly Welch, had come to America from England as an indentured servant. At the end of 7 years, Molly had saved enough money to buy a few acres of hilly land with a good freshwater spring. Since she could not clear and cultivate the land without help, she bought 2 African slaves from a ship in Chesapeake Bay. When the hard work was finished, she freed both men. But the one who was called by his African name of Banaki, the son of an African king, became her husband. Banaki proved to be a
Damn.
capable farmer.
Mud
From
shark.
his knowledge of farming in Africa, he invented an irrigation system to flood the fields when rain was scarce. In time, hard work improved their land, and eventually they were producing good crops, even when nearby farms
I'm not gonna say it. My boy got that shit gushing.
were failing. And so their land holdings grew with each successful year of farming. As a child, Benjamin often worked with his father in the fields. He also loved to spend his free time reading his grandmother's Bible. He thought it contained all the knowledge in the world. One day, a new school opened in the valley, and Ben found many other books to explore. He was most interested in mathematics. His quick mind sometimes created extra work for his teacher. School book stories and problems were often too simple. After his graduation from school, Ben worked on the farm. But with his teacher's help, he continued to study. As the years passed, people became more aware of Ben's remarkable intelligence and mathematical ability. About 10 years after Ben had built his famous clock, a family named Ellicott moved to the valley and soon became friends with the Bannekers. The Ellicotts were Pennsylvania Quakers who had come to build a flour mill. At the Banneker farm, they bought food for their workmen. Fascinated with the machinery in the mill, Ben spent hours helping to install it. The Ellicotts were amazed at his ability. In appreciation of his help and friendship, they gave him a set of books and instruments for the study of astronomy. It was the beginning of a new scientific adventure that occupied his mind and heart for the rest of his life. Soon he was exchanging letters with astronomers and mathematicians, composing and solving problems, often writing in rhyme. Eventually, to devote more time to his absorbing interest in astronomy, Ben sold the land to one of the Ellicotts in exchange for a small annual income. Relieved of his farm responsibilities, he soon formed the habit of stargazing from moonrise till dawn. As one writer put it, his favorite time for study was at night when he could look out on the planets whose story he was reading.
Hey, bruh. Ain't you ever wonder why them shit be twinkling, bruh?
Benjamin Banneker was deeply moved by the spirit of the Declaration of Independence. For if revolutionary leaders believe that all men are created equal, surely all Americans, black as well as white, must soon be free. In 1791, at the age of 60, Banneker gained great honor and national recognition when he was appointed to the Capitol Commission, which was to plan the city of Washington, D.C. Working with his friend, Andrew Ellicott, and the chief engineer, Pierre Charles L'Enfant, he surveyed the land for the national capital. When L'Enfant quit the job in a fit of temper, taking his blueprints with him, Ellicott and Banneker reproduced and completed his plans from memory. The same year, Banneker compiled some of his scientific data into an almanac. It offered information on weather and tides, data on the solar system, political essays and poems. Banneker's editor hailed the almanac as proof that the color of the skin is in no way connected with the strength of the mind. This is what Banneker intended to prove, that black men, given an equal chance, could do as well as other men. Few people knew that he suffered, as other men did, from the injustices and injuries inflicted on his race. It seemed to him that the promise of the Declaration of Independence had been forgotten. Even George Washington and Thomas Jefferson still owned slaves. In August of 1791, Banneker sent Jefferson a manuscript copy of his first almanac with a letter urging him to uphold his own declared principles of freedom. Ben questioned how Jefferson could justify detaining by fraud and violence so numerous a number of my brethren under growing captivity and cruel oppression. Jefferson responded that he ardently hoped for a good system which would raise the condition of black people both in body and mind. He also sent the manuscript to the Academy of Sciences in Paris, where it attracted the interest of scientists all over Europe. After his first almanac was published, Banneker's name became world famous. Though the slavery system was becoming stronger by the late 18th century, Benjamin Banneker's life had proved that the genius of black men was equal to that of any race, and someday they would achieve their rightful place in the land of the free.
Pretty interesting, huh? Who's heard about him before? Benjamin Banneker. Now, what type of stuff was they putting? What type of stuff was they putting in that? Well, here, I got a little video on this. This is from YouTube channel Video Stork from 17 years ago. Look at this. All right.
Boulevards that radiate out. This is the way most people see Washington, D.C. A city of famous monuments and residences arrayed along wide boulevards that radiate out from the Capitol, up of secret architecture, mysterious symbols, and world-famous avenues designed not for traffic, but for astrology.
Pennsylvania Avenue is the equivalent of an ancient Egyptian temple which has been opened up to the sky.
Ovason laid out his case in his book, The Secret Architecture of Our Nation's Capital. He took us for a tour a few months ago to show just how our nation's capital is related to the zodiac. Why? Well, he says many of the city's planners were members of the fraternal organization, the Freemasons, and they wanted to orient the layout of Washington to the stars.
Most of them were not astrologers in the accepted sense of the word, but they were certainly astronomers, and they were certainly deeply interested in the myth of the stars.
And one astrological sign in particular, Virgo, the Virgin. The qualities associated with Virgo are prosperity, energy, kindness, all fitting a young nation experimenting with democracy. The idea that this city would be the center of a new empire, but it would have its temples to the stars, just as the Romans and the Greeks built.
The secret of Washington, D.C. was an entirely new city built upon waste farmland. So you were able to start literally anew. And this is what they did.
Take the triangle formed by the White House, the Washington Monument, and the Capitol. Ovason claims it was laid out that so each part of that triangle corresponds to a major star surrounding the constellation of Virgo. And he maintains that Pennsylvania Avenue was laid out so that in mid-August the sun will shine directly down the entire length of the street, giving the U.S. Capitol a clear view of the setting sun. And here's more proof, according to David Ovason. The top of the old post office building on Pennsylvania Avenue is also designed so that mid-August sun will cut right through it, imitating exactly the radiant triangle around the so-called all-seeing eye on the dollar bill, a key Masonic symbol. Other Masonic theorists point out patterns in the way Washington streets are laid out. Connect the major traffic circles, and you can clearly see a 5-pointed star, an important symbol for Freemasons. Near the Capitol, streets form a replica of the square and compass, probably the most familiar Masonic trademark.
Well, it's a very grand thought.
But it's one that Charles Atherton of the D.C. Fine Arts Commission just doesn't buy.
There's nothing wrong with little mysticism here and there. I just don't agree that that's what drove any kind of practical planning in the city.
Instead, Atherton says, when D.C.'s chief architect, Pierre L'Enfant, drew the city plan up in 1791, he was more concerned with the natural flow of the land, not the stars. And at the Washington headquarters of the Freemasons, the organization's grand historian argues there's another good reason not to believe that D.C. is a Masonic creation.
L'Enfant was not a Mason.
But Ovason, who's a Mason himself, says the secret symbols were just hidden to avoid stirring up
Yes, he was. They just said he wasn't, but he was.
Mason feeling.
Well, I think that the Masons themselves had this technique of attempting to say things to their followers and to fellow Masons with totally ignoring the populace at large.
George Washington used Masonic rituals and wore a Masonic apron when he laid the cornerstone of the Capitol in 1793. A special silver trowel made for the occasion was also used in similar cornerstone ceremonies for more than a dozen other federal buildings, including the Washington Monument, the Smithsonian, and the National Cathedral. Other symbols, though, you probably walk by every day without ever noticing.
The zodiac is on the periphery.
Washington has over 50 zodiacs, circles containing the 12 astrological signs. According to Ovason, you can find them in public buildings like the Federal Reserve, the Library of Congress, even the U.S. Capitol, like this one, on the memorial to President James Garfield on the south side of the Capitol. And this one, across from the National Gallery. It's dedicated to its benefactor, Andrew Mellon.
Mellon, of course, was a Mason, and it was designed by some brother Masons and placed here at the behest of brother Masons. So it's very much a Masonic thing.
Or maybe it's just coincidence.
There may be zodiacs throughout the city, but the study of astrology has nothing to do with Freemasonry. There's no degree of Freemasonry with which I'm familiar.
Still, to true believers, Washington, D.C. is not just a city of politics and power. It is a city of the stars. Michael Gargiulo, Fox 5 News.
According to Ovason, Washington, D.C. isn't the only instance of secret codes. In fact, he's written another entire book on the secret symbols and hidden meanings behind the complex graphic design of the dollar bill.
Coming up.
A breakthrough for companies.
Pretty interesting. Got another one here. Let's see if this one's good.
Icons. And as Scott Rinsberger reports in tonight's Open Road, it was a Frenchman who helped create our capital city.
Everywhere you look, you can see his work.
There's a reason that this is the way it is.
When George Washington picked Pierre Charles L'Enfant to design the federal city, it was a task monumental in scope. L'Enfant's goal was to create a world-class capital in the middle of nowhere.
Farms and cows and sheep roaming.
He saw the future. L'Enfant's map has become a canvas. And for more than 2 centuries, our nation has been painting between his lines.
He left a very large imprint on America.
Scott Berg wrote a book about L'Enfant called Grand Avenues.
So when L'Enfant gets there in 1791, he looks around and he says, there, he points, that's where the Capitol building is going to go.
L'Enfant studied art at the Royal Academy in Paris. At the age of 22, he came to America to fight in the Revolutionary War. He was almost killed and spent time as a prisoner of war.
You kind of get the sense that he had come across the ocean to prove himself.
After beating the British, L'Enfant went to work laying out the new federal city. His ideas were so grand, so majestic, he had to argue for every park, circle, and square.
He was sure he was right. He was sure he knew what the city should look like. And against extremely long odds, his vision was realized.
His vision may have been realized, but his temperament ended his career.
In 21st century terms, he had no filter and he had no boundaries.
The Frenchman who gave up everything to be an American citizen was fired by George Washington.
Starts petitioning Congress and saying, I did all this and I never got a cent for it.
Pierre Charles L'Enfant died completely broke. He was buried in a slave cemetery in an unmarked grave behind this mansion in Maryland.
In the short term, L'Enfant, he was screwed over.
But in 1909, L'Enfant's reputation was resurrected. The U.S. government exhumed his body. All they found were 2 bones and a tooth. Today, those remains
Wow.
are resting at Arlington National Cemetery, overlooking the city he designed.
2
And what's
bones and a tooth.
Totally remarkable about Washington, D.C. is that when we talk about it being planned, when we talk about strength, we go backwards in time to the mind of one individual.
On the open road, Scott Rensberger, WUSA 9 News.
Before L'Enfant died, the United States government gave the designer a small fraction of the money he requested, and those funds paid off some of his past debts.
Officers with the Maryland National.
So it's book your.
You guys hear that? He was buried in a slave cemetery. All they found was 2 bones and a tooth. 1 little tooth. Well, speaking of slave cemeteries, quote unquote slave cemeteries. Got one more video here. This comes from the YouTube channel WUSA 9. And the video is called What Buildings in DC Were Built by Enslaved Africans? All right, let's see.
Will pass in this country and in our cities. So that brings us to this next question. Just how many buildings and monuments in Washington, D.C. were built by enslaved people? We talked to some local historians to try and find an answer.
We know for a fact that enslaved Africans were used in the construction of the U.S. Capitol and the White House. We know that for a fact because inside the National Archives and inside the collections of the White House Historical Society and the U.S. Capitol Society, we have the receipts where slave owners were paid for the rental of their slaves to build those 2 buildings.
Jesse Holland is the author of Black Men Built the Capitol. He published it in 2007, just 7 years after those receipts were found.
Somehow, some way, during the arc of history, this information got lost, either because we didn't care to record it, or for maybe we were ashamed of it as we matured as a country.
What about the Washington Monument? The first part was built from 1848 to 1854, while slavery in D.C. was still legal.
To this day, we have not found any written proof that slaves were used in the construction of the Washington Monument. But it's almost beyond belief that a major monument like that in Washington, D.C., that was started before the end of slavery in Washington, D.C., that slaves were not used at all. Here's the problem we have with this question. We're dependent on records that may or may not exist.
So right now, that's the only definitive answer we can give to this question, the U.S. Capitol and the White House. Adam Rothman, historian at Georgetown, explains we are still searching for our history.
Well, history is actually hard work. In looking for the history
Rothman,
of
you
people,
say.
you often have to comb through really
Looks like Dexter.
Mountains of records to find the scraps of information that you're looking for. Then you've got to translate that archival research into the kinds of things that people will read.
But Jesse says it's also up to us to put in the work.
One of the things that I tell people all the time is that American history is in your attic. We need people to go through their papers, their grandparents' papers, their great-grandparents' papers, the family Bibles, the family receipt books. A lot of the history of our country is in those books. And that's how we're going to find out in the future more about the past. We all deserve a place and we all have a part to play in American history.
Interesting. Now, here we go. One more video. Couple more videos. Now, this one's called Occult Symbols in Washington, D.C. by VaticanCatholic.com. I guess it's on YouTube too. But let's see what they got.
Now, again, we see this is the serpent around the neck here. We see the ankh here. All occultic.
Yank.
What do you find about this that is anything of Christ? Nothing. This is a layout of Washington, D.C. When they laid the city out, the architect was a Mason, and they laid it out in Masonic symbolism. Here's the White House. Here's the Washington Monument, as I said, point within a circle. Here's the Capitol. The streets that go to the Capitol make up Masonic symbolism, obviously. There's a goat's head up here, and if you turn this on its side, the other way, Get away. One more. You'll see an inverted five-pointed star with the bottom right on top of the White House. Folks, that is a satanic symbol. That is a pentagram. What are the other points? These other points, I should know them. I can give them to you if you want to write me. I mean, I just don't have them here.
One's found Turning Square. They're all important lines.
That's right. Nothing here is happening by accident. That's my whole point. Now, the New Age, where does the New Age come from? It comes right straight out of...
Pretty cool. Yeah, one more. This is a document showing a lot of the same stuff. Not going to read through the whole thing, but we'll gloss through it. See that? See the pentagram alignments? You see a six-pointed star, so, you know, I haven't seen that highlighted in any of these yet. But there is indeed a six-pointed star. Star of David. Star of Remphan. Whatever you want to call it. Let's see what else. Yep, see the Virgo constellation. Good stuff. And then there's one more. This is, I don't know what this is, but just some more constellation stuff. Okay. Now, a lot of people talk about the alignments and the where, but not many people talk about the when. So I want to talk about the date, the 4th of July. Probably should have started off with this. Whatever, who cares? 4th of July is America's birthday. Right? Our birthday, our natal chart, our zodiac sign is Cancer. 4th of July is Cancer. And the 4th of July, 4th. You guys heard this one? 4th of July is for the Jew lie. You guys heard that one? So that's one potential double meaning in the word, or in the phrase 4th of July. For the Jew lie. Pretty funny. Funny joke. We love everyone here. We support everything, of course. Free Israel. Hashtag Free Israel. But this is the birth chart of America. Right here. Gotta get these fucking ads off my ass. That's the birth chart for America. And if any of you have never looked at a birth chart, the AC on the left, that's pretty much where the sun rises on the horizon. The AC. So the circle, it's kind of like seeing the 360 degrees of sky around you. 360 degrees of horizon. It's really the ecliptic up in the sky, but that's just an easy way to visualize it. It's like you were born in the middle of this circle, right? Or the Declaration of Independence was signed in the middle of this circle, and that corner on the left was facing dead east, where the sun rises. So, what does this chart tell us? Well, the sun sign of America, when we say sun sign, where was the sun? What sign of the zodiac was the sun in? According to the ecliptic. Not naked eye astrology, according to the ecliptic. The sun was in Cancer. So just like a person born in Cancer will have Cancer traits, America has Cancer traits. So what are Cancerians known for? Well, there's a lot of Cancer words. Considerate, concerned, counseling, right? Consoling. Sensitive, that's a Cancer word. Sensual. The word anchor is in Cancer. The word answer is in Cancer. They're usually can-do people. Sometimes they're yes men, right? They can't say no to people. Tom Cruise is a Cancer. Yep, born on the 4th of July. Exactly. I think he's born on the 3rd of July. So he was perfectly cast for that movie. Tom Cruise. But Cancer's the crab. So the crab has a tough shell, a tough exterior, and very soft flesh, right? And also Cancer's the zodiac sign most known. It's the sign that's easiest to gain weight. Cancer can gain weight super easy. They can get fat super easy. They got to be careful. Cancers love to consume. That's another Cancer word. Consume. So what's America all about? Consumerism, consumption, and cancer, the disease cancer. What does Cancer have to do with Cancer? Why are those names related? Well, Cancer, the zodiac sign of Cancer, the crab, rules multiplication and swelling and inflation. So the moon rules multiplication and Jupiter rules expansion. The moon rules Cancer and Jupiter exalts in Cancer. So it's the secondary ruler. So the two planets that rule fat and being big and expanding both rule over Cancer. And the moon's very feminine. Cancer is a very feminine sign. The most womanly sign of the zodiac is Cancer. They are concerned because they're like concerned mothers. Also, the word conspiracy goes back to Cancer, to conspire, to work together, right? That's Cancer. Consensual, yeah, Cancer, yeah. These are Cancer words. And Cancer this is why you see America being such a consumerist society, consumerism. You see such high cancer rates, right? And also you see a theme of expansionism. America is a big country. They want to get bigger, like a fat chick on a bus, right? Need to take up more room. Need some more room, need some more leg room, right? Lebensraum. How do you say that? How do the Germans say it? Lebensraum? Living space? Something like that. So Cancer is also expansionism. And especially, that's just our sun sign. The ascendant is going to expand on that. The ascendant is going to add to this. America's ascendant, which is like, in astrology, there's 3 big pieces of your chart. The sun sign, the moon sign, and the ascendant. And the ascendant for America was Cancer. So if you hear people say their top 3, they're asking, what's your sun sign, your moon sign, and your ascendant? America's ascendant is Sagittarius. So Sagittarius ascendant, this adds to their expansionist kind of policy or, whatever. Sagittarius rules travel and the military and military might and muscle, right? Sagittarius and horses, cavalry, navy too. It's not a water sign, but it rules long distance travel, especially in a military or sporting sense, which is most travels like that, right? For fun or for fighting, kind of, maybe. But America's born 4th of July, so we're a Cancer nation, very consumerist, but also very concerned, right? Have you heard it said about America that we're like a overly concerned mother, where we like to mother other countries, right? We're like, oh, baby NATO, we're going to take care of you, Oh, baby Haiti, we're going to take care of you, little baby. Oh, you can't help yourself. Like an overprotective mother. Cancer is the mother of the zodiac. and the crab has the most children. I don't know if it's the most, but the crab has like thousands and thousands of kids at a time, like 1 million kids at a time, 1 million eggs at a time. Look it up. Crabs, lobsters, shellfish. America is very concerned with aid, right? But it's kind of like we're good at providing for others and we like to nurture other countries, but we're also very toxic, right? We're like a toxic, overprotective mom who just wants control a lot of the time. Now, I'm not saying that America is not amazing, and we are amazing, and we're most of the rest of the world, we're their mommy and their daddy. Okay, so there's no denying that. I'm not talking down on America, but undeniably, we can be a little bit of a toxic, over-concerned mother, right? Overreactionary. That can be a little bit of a Cancer thing. Cancer's, like I said, the tough exterior, soft interior. So America's kind of like that too, right? We like to show that we're really tough and strong, but Americans are actually just, they can be pretty soft. Cancer is where we get the word conservative. So America's pretty conservative, right? We're also pretty liberal, of course, but America's pretty conservative. And also religion, churches, some place that in Cancer. I place it in Sagittarius, but America's both. It's Cancer and Sagittarius ascendant. So you've got this theme about religion. And America is one of the most religious countries. Not many people know this. What is it? Like 2/3 of American are Christian or something like that? Pretty crazy. So America is a little bit conservative. We're a republic. And what else do we got? We also have Uncle Sam in the chart. Would you guys believe me if I told you that? Right, there's a whole lot you could say about the chart, but I just want to go surface level. Sun in Cancer, consumerism, ascendant Sagittarius, expansionism, military might, a lot of dick measuring. Cancer's Sun, over nurturing, playing mommy around the world. But what do we got up here? On the MC, in astrology, the MC is like the career or like highest potential. Okay. We've got Neptune right on the MC. Neptune on the midheaven. That's what we call the MC, midheaven. It's the highest point in the sky. Neptune conjunct the midheaven. Neptune's also Poseidon. Poseidon, Neptune, same god. And you'll notice the symbol, the trident, the symbol for Neptune is the same symbol used for psychology with a silent P. All silent P words go back to Poseidon. Psychology, psyche, psychedelic, all of them. All silent P words go back to Poseidon and Neptune. But Neptune on the ascendant here, you know who Neptune is? Remember they were talking about the Ankh in Washington, D.C. earlier? You notice the word Ankh in the word Cancer. Cancer, canker, anchor. You see it? Cancer. Right? Gemini, right before Cancer, rules questions, to be mercurial, to be curious. Gemini, inquisitive. Right? Gemini, third sign, fourth sign is Cancer, which has the answers. So Gemini has the questions, Cancer has the answers. But okay, Neptune is, some say Neptune exalts in Cancer too. Some say Neptune rules Cancer too, but Neptune definitely rules over Pisces. But it might have something to do with Cancer because Cancer rules the ocean as well. Neptune, Poseidon's the god of the ocean. But the moon rules Cancer, and the moon has a lot to do with the ocean too. So whatever you want. Neptune can rule Cancer or it doesn't, but the moon definitely does. Neptune's the god of the ocean, and it's not the father archetype. It's not the mother archetype. It's not the grandfather or grandmother archetype. You know what archetype Poseidon / Neptune is? The uncle. The uncle. The MC, America's MC, is conjunct Neptune, Poseidon, the uncle. This is Uncle Sam in America's chart. This is why we don't really call America a fatherland or a motherland. We're the uncle land. Okay, and Neptune rules like drugs and psychedelics and also some weird stuff. This is like the drunk uncle. Okay, this is the drunkle. And by the way, all unk, ank words go back to Cancer. And you know what else another name for Neptune and Poseidon is? Yngvi. Yngvi in Norse or Germanic mythology. Yngvi. Yngvi is also Enki. Enki. And that's where we get the word anchor. Anchor, meaning an anchor like on a boat. It's one of the oldest words known to man. It goes back to two of the oldest gods known to man. Enki and Kur. Kur was like a dragon or like a pet dragon on a leash. Something like that. Enki and Kur. That's where we get the word Enkor. One of them, it's like a long rope-looking dragon. Some of the depictions. So it's like the Enki and the Kor. Cord, rope. Enki and the Kor. Enkor. Pretty crazy, right? Well, Enki is where we get the word uncle. All Enk words, like I said, unk, that unk sound, that had its own letter in the runes. Ung, ing, ruled by Yngvi. And that's where we get words like ingot, sink, sank, sunk, tank, dunk, dank. You hear all these unk words have to do with sinking, depth, moisture, Cancer, the ocean. Isn't that crazy? So that unk noise, you hear it in Cancer because all you got to do is play with the C's in Cancer to make it canker, cancer, sanker, sensitive, considerate, sing, song, sensual. Cancer, by the way, cantador in many languages is to sing. Cantador, singer. Cantar, to sing. Can, right? Song. Song is the same word as Cancer. Sink, song, sank. It's the same root. You just got to bend the words a little bit. It's called the language of the birds. Catch up, people, okay? You either speak it or you don't. You either see it or you don't. But that's a Neptune right on America's midheaven, our highest potential. You got the drunk Uncle Sam up. Uncle Sam is Neptune. By the way, there's some connections there that I'm blanking on. Yeah, I'm forgetting. We're about 4 hours in here. We're going to finish up with the astrology chart of America. But yeah, a lot more you could say about it. We got a stellium in the 7th house. That's why they were so obsessed with liberty, liberty, liberty. 7th house is Libra. 7th sign of the zodiac is Libra. The houses are the same as the signs, by the way. Same thing, just different part of the chart. But the same order, the same correspondence. Why is America so obsessed with liberty? Okay, this is why we're conservative and liberal. Remember I was saying we're a Cancer country, so we're very conservative. But why are we so liberal? because there's 4 planets, almost 5, in our 7th house. A stellium. A stellium in the 7th house. A stellium is when you have more than 3 planets in a single place, a single sign or a single house. They're very significant in an astrology chart. So you got 4 planets, almost 5, squeezed in there in the 7th house. The 7th house rules liberty, rules marriage too, rules mirage, marriage, illusion, deception, Lucifer. 7th house is Eve eating from the fruit of knowledge of good and evil, the fall of mankind. It's the fall time of the day, the fall of the year, Libra. Libra means Lucifer, just like Lucifer means light bringer, same thing. Libra, brought the light, bring the light. Lucifer, light bringer. So this is why, even though we're a Cancer nation, very conservative nation, we have a stellium in 7th house, which makes us very liberal too. So we're pretty balanced, and the 7th house rules balance too. But a stellium in the 7th house, that's where we get our obsession with liberty, fixation, a fetish of liberty. So that you can see that just in America's chart. And our Pluto return, why was 2020, 2022, 2024 so extreme, so significant? What was COVID all about too? What was COVID leading up to? This was America's Pluto return. Pluto's the planet of transformation, revolution, death and rebirth, destruction, some would say, the underworld. Pluto returns every 246, 248. 248-year orbit around the sun. So 1776 plus 248. Let's do the math on that. $2024. So we made it through, folks. We made it all the way through. Not all the way through, but we made it pretty much technically through our Pluto return. But yeah, 1776 plus 248 years. This is our Pluto return. 2024. We made it through the thick of it, but that's why America's popping off, and you're seeing the Civil War stuff coming up, and a reconsideration of what it means to be American, like a redefinition. You guys get it. So all that's in America's chart, and I'm not the greatest astrologer in the world. Robert Phoenix is up there. He's a good conservative astrologer if you want to check him out. I do birth charts. If you want to hit me up on Instagram, I do birth charts. I am a pretty good reader. I'm a professional reader, but I have to stay humble. I'm not the best. I'm just saying I'm casually looking at this chart, and you can interpret that much from a chart. So that's all I'm trying to say. Yeah, that's it. Washington, D.C., 4th of July. Cancer, conservative. Libra, liberal. The elephant, ruled by Jupiter in astrology. Jupiter ascends in Cancer. So Cancer, conservative. Jupiter, elephant. That's on one side. Libra, liberal. Saturn, the donkey is ruled by Saturn. The mule, the ass, the donkey, ruled by Saturn in astrology. The villain, the bad guy, Saturn, Satan, donkey. Yeehaw. That's Yahweh backwards, you know that? It's also AI. But it's hee-haw is like another way of Yo, what's up, everyone? My internet just went out. Sorry about that. My internet just went out. All right, here's a good question. Can you guys hear me okay? Tell me if it sounds good. Do I sound good? Okay. Sounds good. I'm on my phone hotspot, so if it gets patchy, I'm just going to hop off. I'm about done here anyway. We've still got 600 in the chat. Thanks to everyone for being here. Happy 4th of July. Vaughn here with $5 comment. I wonder how astrology would work out to the talked about 13-month calendar. What's your thoughts? It's a great question. Great question. 13-month calendar has nothing to do with the zodiac. Nothing at all. 13 moons, what are you doing? You're counting 13 times 28, 364. Perfect. Beautiful. Wonderful. You still got to add one day, whatever. But that's on the tortoise shell. You know, the lunar calendar's on the tortoise shell. That stuff's great. Wonderful. But 13 moons has nothing to do with the solar zodiac. Nothing at all. Zodiac actually means 12. Zodia, 2 plus 10. Zoo also means animal, so it's the animals. There's triple meaning in there too. But Zodia is zodiac, and it means 2 plus 10, 12. You can't change the zodiac. It's like changing the 12 notes of music or the 12 chromatic notes or 12 chromatic colors. You can't change it. If you made 13 notes, it would sound terrible. The 13 system is lunar, has nothing to do with the sun. The zodiac is solar. The zodiac is solar. So, and the zodiac doesn't count. We're not counting the times that the moon or the sun go up and down. We're measuring 360 degrees of the ecliptic. The ecliptic is a 360 degree circle. Ecliptic, but you know, circle, cycle. That's 360 degrees split up by 12. Perfect. Wonderful. No issues. Don't mix the 13 months with the 12 solar sunths. Here's the deception. Here's the one thing that has an issue. We say month to describe a solar section, a solar sunth. This is the only correction we need and to make our year perfect. If we say sunth instead of month, because you're right, there are 13 months, but what we call months are really sunths. So we should say sunth, and month will be something else. That's the only correction we need to the year. But there is no 13 zodiac signs. That's a deception. What's it called? Ophiuchus is totally made up. It's a constellation. It's real. Nothing to do with the zodiac. Ophiuchus, debunked. Nothing to do with the zodiac. It's a Zionist plot to deceive you from the real zodiac. Tropical, 12 signs. That's the zodiac. 13, nothing to do with the zodiac. That's the lunar calendar. That's just counting the time that the sun and that the moon goes up and down. That's it. And the lunar cycle, you know, the lunar phases. The moon phases and the lunar cycle, 13 times 28, nothing to do with the solar zodiac. Well, okay. What else we got? Mar gifted 9 memberships. Or no, sorry. Member for 9 months. That's Mar with $5. Is there another place to reach you for a birth chart other than Instagram? Yeah, call the bookstore on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, and I'll pick up and I'll tell you. Call the bookstore Friday, Saturday, Sunday if you want to schedule a birth chart, or hit me up on Instagram. And all right, folks. Oh, look at that. Mara did gift 5 Old World Florida memberships because I misspoke. That's nice of you. Everyone have a good night. Happy 4th of July. It's July 5th now. But all right. Peace.
Yup. Wild Indian, yeah.
Hey, V, line them up.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't really Indian, that boy fugazi. I just keep it player, you can never play me. You got an ass so fat, girl, let's make a baby. And another one. Then I'm back to the trap, I'm trying to double some. She a bad woke chick and I love her tongue. We some jurisdiction boys, we some one-on-ones. Look, don't compare me to no Martin dog, I'm like Malcolm X. Die by our freedom, we'll leave a crack and stretch. Round of applause, boy, you know we clapping text. Chucky dog, child play, yeah, nigga, that's what's next. Open up the cans just like Arizona. Pull up masked up like we got the Rona. We set up jurisdictions when we buy the corner. How you claiming that's your hood and you not the owner? B to B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Like my niggas said, bitch, we the sheets. I can't keep the peace. If it pop off, then I want a piece. I'm just on release. I'm in go mode, motherfuck the thief. In these streets like EBT, when we at war, make peace with me. I don't give a damn, understand. Fuck who stole this land, white or black or tan. Understand, it's fuck who stole this land. Might have seen me get little buddy these hands. He wasn't no abo man. A lot of these dudes is Sambo man. They full of shit like my ammo can. What they call an N-word out the wrong mouth, that's an ambulance. Wild Indian, get it in advance, or you can post dated. Ask around, I'm the most hated. Straight sacred, they stole acreage. Yo, ape shit, show ain't shit. It won't be televised, I don't tape shit.
B to B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the sheep.